Gift donations, Mesa Elementary. D, RFP 2022-ADM-103, External Audit Services Bid Award. E, RFP 2022-OPT-104, Unarmed Security Guard Bid Award. F, RFP 2022-OPT-105, Propane Service Bid Award. G, Bank of the Southwest Update Authorization List. H, Budget Adjustments and Journal Entries. 124-109, Preschool IDEA-B. 0122-T. 2, 24301, CARES Act -0121-T. Number 3, 24308, CRRSA SR 2-0139-T. 4, number 4, 24308, CRRSA SR 2-014-M. Number 5, 27149, Pre-K Initiative -0119-1. Number 6, 28211, New Mexico School COVID-19 Testing Program, Department of Health -0082-1B. Number 7, 2902, Private Director Grants or DIR Grants 0057-1. I, Open Meetings Act Resolution and Work Session, Regular School Board Meetings, scheduled school year 22-23. Number 6, Board and Superintendent Report. A, Board Member Report. B, Superintendent Report. 7, Requested Action Items and or reports for next meeting. A, Possible action and or report items for next meeting. Number 8, Delta plus Delta. A plus Delta from board members. And 9, Adjournment. A, adjourn the regular school board meeting.
Thank you, Secretary George. Item E, approve agenda and our modifications. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Ms. Asmus has moved that we approve the agenda. Do I have a second? Ms. Asmus? Ms. George? Yes. Myself, yes. I have here a request for comments from the audience. In our comments, we request that you keep your comments to no more than 3.5 minutes. And we'll ask Board Member Aspas to keep time on that. Our first one we'll hear from Danielle Jim and speak on summer school. After her, Brian McCullen. I apologize for that. We'll speak on accountability. You may proceed.
Board members and interim superintendent, She'eya Danielle Jim Yinshye, Nanish Eja Yinshle, Ozeta Chini Bashish Chin, Twitachini Dashanale do Kintachini Dashache. I just wanted to make this comment regards to summer school. Student families sign their children up for summer school participation for different reasons. One of these reasons is to continue their learning. Ccsd offered summer school for most elementary settings this month. Although it was offered to all students to participate, I can't say it was the same for all staff. During my first week of summer school, I witnessed some summer school students asking if there would be Dene Heritage. After letting students know there was not, there was obvious disappointment in their responses. Interestingly, during the week, it so happened a Diné Heritage teacher showed up to campus during the students' lunch recess. The students recognized the teacher and ran over to give their hugs. They also gave their comments and questioned why there was no Diné Heritage. They didn't realize it was not the teacher's decision not to have it. Unfortunately, after inquiry with other elementary sites, Diné Heritage was offered for students. If this is the case, then how is it that an elementary school site located on the Navajo reservation went without it this summer? How is it that students at this site were disserviced by not receiving continued Diné Heritage learning? Autonomy gives a school setting self-operation. I think that can be rewarding when applied equally and with effective, transparent communication for all stakeholders of the community. I'm uncertain of the autonomy given to administrators for this year's summer school and budget, but it is apparent that it was not fair throughout. Different school sites had more than one clerical position, a Diné Heritage teacher, and specials included. Yet regular school staff who were interested in participation in summer school were turned away. Please know when opportunity is not provided to all stakeholders, it does affect the students in the end. They are the lifelong learners we are here for. Many become attached and start to build relationships with not only core and special teachers, but with all supportive staff, including secretaries, custodians, and bus drivers. Equal opportunity needs to be kept in mind, especially when serving our sole purpose, students of CCSD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent, board members. My subject is accountability. I will not mention any ongoing litigation, but I am going to mention some settled law. During the earlier part of the pandemic, at one point a writ of mandamus was filed against CCSD, and it was found that CCSD was not fully cooperating with the Navajo Nation as far as specifically following guidelines as far as safety procedures. The legal counsel for CCSD at that time was Jermaine Chappelle. Jermaine Chappelle has been found to be in default judgment in a current case sitting before New Mexico State courts. That case concerns CCSD. Given these track records, I find also that she was at the meeting last week and is on 2 separate agenda items this week. Given her performance in the past, I do not understand how this board can find it acceptable that she present legal findings when she has shown herself to be incompetent in regards to defending CCSD and presenting adequate legal counsel. Accountability in this case should demand that you find a way to have legal representation without using Jermaine Chappelle, who has damaged the reputation of this district and this board. I respectfully submit that everyone on this board has a choice to do the right thing. I would also submit that there are 2 newer board members who have not been part of a concerted effort to, in my opinion, do things that treat CCSD as their own personal property and do not listen when people give responses to poll questions. We have board members who say, I just don't believe that. Personal opinions backed up only by conversations with people that agree with you already are not evidence. They are opinions. And then, after that, a poll was taken where the same school board member said, why aren't we getting more responses? Because when people give you responses, you ignore what they say and you do what you want in defiance of their will. Please do better.
Thank you. Number 3, reports. Request for approval of gift/donation Mesa Elementary by Jennifer Martinez Rivas. Ms. Rivas, are you here? Is she up? Mr. Noble?
Choose a book or multiple books to take home, along with a letter home to their parents or guardians, identifying 1 to 2 reading strategies that they can work on with their students at home to help increase reading and reading fluency. And I stand for questions.
So we did not hear that.
Oh,
Ms. Martinez-Rivas, could you start over again? Just redo it?
Sure. Okay. So we have a donation from, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So we have a donation from Three Rivers Education Foundation. And these are multi-level reading books. They range from beginning readers to chapter books in various genres of books and various interest levels. There are 172 books, and these books fall in the value of $849.25. We did not get a price from Three Rivers Education. This financial secretary looked up all the ISBN numbers for these books in order to get this price. So if you look that we submitted an itemized schedule of all the books, you'll see that there are 117 books, but most of these books have multiple copies, and that's how we came up to 172 total books. So what we would like to do with these is at the beginning of the year, we would like to hand these out to students where they could take 1 or multiple books, and also a letter home to their parents. They would have 1 to 2 reading strategies that parents could use at home with their students to work on reading proficiency and perhaps some comprehension with these books. And so that we're making that school community connection, and we are working with parents to increase reading readiness. And so with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions from the board? Ms. George?
Miss Martinez, with the books being sent home with the students, how is that reading going to correlate with the teachings in the classroom of the teachers who are teaching other stuff? Is this like just home activities that the parents keep the books at home and read to the students, or are they reporting this back to their classroom homeroom teachers as well as like assignments or homework?
No, ma'am. This is clearly just providing like a home library for parents, which we've given out several books this year that parents have come and picked out books that we already had within the building. This is just increasing the home library and trying to encourage caregivers to work with students on simple reading strategies that will correlate to the classroom, but this is nothing that they report back to the classroom as homework. It's to encourage the enjoyment of reading. So as you can see, when you look at a lot of the titles are things of interest for students, like mystery one, Eye of the Dragon, Vampire Hunter, A to Z Mysteries, things that students would read as enjoyment and things that would invoke that reading want. Any other questions? I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Ms. Aspas would like you to go push your speaker there. There you go.
I was just asking if we could go back to the form.
Huh?
Thank you, Ms. Rivas.
Oh, thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful evening.
You as well. B, OMA and OMU of universities and colleges with Ccsd by Tanya Amory.
Yat She Tanya Amran Yinsha. I am Class G, and I'm born for the Bilaganas, and my Ches are Nakai Dene. Welcome, everybody. Mr. President Wells, good to meet you. I haven't met you before. And good to see you, Cheryl, Christina. Hi, Steve. Oh, that's right. That's right. All right. Good deal. Okay, so before I get started on the MOUs, I want to give just a little bit of background. So in the past 2 school years, the MOUs haven't really come my direction. They've been handled in a different manner. My understanding is that they're back to me, so I'm going to present some current MOUs. Some of the stuff you're going to see is not necessarily current, but we will work to get them current. So my assumption is that I'll be back again next month in July with some current versions of these. All right. Also, I wanted to know, is there anything in particular that you all are wanting in terms of information so I can kind of make sure I hit those points? Some, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep, can do. All right, let me grab my pen.
How many of those do we have? How many universities are we currently?
Let me see. I brought, I believe, 4 that we're going to look at tonight. There's, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that we're going to look at tonight. There is one with San Juan College pending, and then a couple of others that are pending. So once everything is gathered, I would think there's probably about 7 or 8 in total, if I remember right, from a couple of years ago when I was sort of overseeing all the MOUs and all the different partnerships that we had with our various colleges and universities. Now, some colleges and universities, we might have had 2 MOUs because one was addressing like student teaching and then another addressing professional development. And but we've since sort of lumped those together.
And how many have lapsed?
Great question. So 1, 2 out of what I'm going to present tonight.
And is the lapse just we haven't proceeded in a timely manner to renew those, or what?
Honestly, I'm not really sure what the lapse is. I think a big part of the lapse is just, if nobody's really overseeing MOUs or paying attention to the MOUs, that they've sort of fallen to the wayside, would be my assumption. But, it's just kind of my best guess at this point.
Just negligence then?
Pardon?
Just a negligence then? not paying attention.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I do want to, not pointing that negligence at any current administration.
Oh.
Because I don't believe it was their negligence. It was. No, San Juan College, but not the high school portion. No, but correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we have San Juan College High School, right? That's Farmington? Yeah. Yeah, but we do have a partnership with San Juan College for the alternative licensure program and getting our teachers through that program. Mm-hmm. Correct. Mm-hmm. All right, sure. All right, so let's review what I brought. Sharon, if you'll bring those up. Oh, goodness. Okay. This one is current. This is with Fort Lewis College. We've had a long-standing relationship with them, and interestingly, I was thinking about it. I believe probably about 2 years ago, the last MOU that I presented to the board was Fort Lewis College. So, full circle. Okay, this one is really, if you'll scroll down to the bottom, this MOU is really detailing the coursework, the price that we pay for courses, and these courses are TESOL specific. So in our partnership with Fort Lewis, they will provide an instructor, and then we have our teachers, our new teachers, or current in-district teachers that need the TESOL endorsement or just wish to have the TESOL endorsement go through these courses. And we have them set up with 4 courses a year, and so those courses and the test will get them the endorsement at the end of the year. So this one is just detailing the cost of those courses. And this one is, this MOU is valid through 2023, 6/30 of 2023. Questions on this one? July 1 of 2021. Yeah, so we're in our year 2 of this particular MOU. And this MOU hasn't really changed. It's really been fairly standard for all the years that I've been familiar with it. Okay, next one, please. Oh, okay, this is a new one, and it does say draft. Somewhere in the district exists the version that does not say draft and is signed. Okay, this one was new to us this year. This is through Indiana University. They approached me, in the beginning of the school year, wanting to develop a partnership for student teachers. So they have a long-standing relationship with Tohali, the BIE schools. They've been there for 20 some odd years. And what they do is they bring teachers into their school system to provide, to do their student teaching. And so they reached out to us just because we're so close to see if we could host some student teachers at, we had them at Newcomb Elementary and Newcomb Middle School. So we had 3 student teachers this year, and we really thought we were going to get to hire one of those student teachers, but she ended up declining the job offer at the last minute. But this MOU is good through 2025, and just based on the relationship that they have with Tohali, I think it'd probably be a great additional resource for our district in terms of recruiting. It's specific to student teacher placement. really standard, saying that they, will have background checks run through our office. They'll have a student teacher, a supervising teacher assigned to them. They'll behave within certain professional standards as they're doing their student teaching. We can terminate this at any time that we wish. It began on January 3rd of 2022 and is good for 4 years. Questions on this one?
You talked about how one teacher decided to not stay, but to move on. In these agreements, is there anything that, I mean, if we're spending that money,
No money.
there's no money,
No.
okay?
No, these are just college students that are going through the education program and have come to the student teaching portion of their program, so needing to go out and being placed in a school. And they're all in Indiana and wanting to, to branch out and try a new experience. So they came to our district. One was in special ed, one was in an elementary regular ed, and then one was at Newcomb Middle for social studies. And she was the one that had interviewed, sorry, I'm getting really specific there, just realized that. But one of the candidates we offered a job to, and she declined. She had some family issues.
Okay, and what university was this?
Indiana University.
Indiana. I thought I heard NAU.
No.
Okay, Indiana.
No. Indiana.
Okay.
Yep. So this one we don't need to renew, but I do want to see if maybe, to find the copy that doesn't say draft and that is signed, just so we can have that for the record. But then also reach out to them and see if they have some anticipated placements for this new school year. Okay, next one. Oh, okay. This one, as you can see, is tragically outdated. So it says 2017, 2018. This is with NTU. So if you'll remember back to the days when Dr. Bowman was with us, we had started a partnership with NTU and branching out into what is now Bond Wilson, and getting in the dual credit classes for the high school students. So that's what this is. And the current principal there, Ed Garillo, is going to meet with Dr. Bowman, I believe sometime this week, to get this MOU updated. He anticipates a few changes. I don't know what those changes are, but he did say that there was nothing really big. But in this current MOU, it just details what that dual credit arrangement will be, what courses will be offered, and I think that's probably one of the points that they'll be looking at is what courses are offered. So the last few pages are just the courses that are part of this MOU. But this has been a long-standing relationship. I assume, and I know that's a bad word to use. Oh, look here, I'm sorry, I should have read this closer. Page 8, if you go to page 8. So, right there. So it's still current through June of 2022 for just a few more days.
If you read on real quick, excuse me, everyone, board president and board members, if you go beyond that, it does say that it will continue on if it is not altered. So it will basically re-up for the next school year if there are no changes made. So we can change it at any time, but it will continue even though it looks like it's ending.
Thank you for reading that.
I was in the original meeting with Mr. Grola and Ms.
Oh,
Bowman.
excellent. Excellent. Okay, so so I do believe after their meeting, I'll have a new MOU to bring forward with some slight changes on that one. Okay, next. Oh, okay. This one is a brand new one. So the state I don't remember which one of the bills that they passed, but they have a year-long teacher residency program. We are now going to partner with NMHU, well, if you all give us permission, I should say, partner with NMHU for this year-long teacher placement. So some of the really neat things about this, the standard things, that we will provide us a classroom for this mentee teacher to come in. We'll provide them with a mentor teacher that's at least a level 2 license. What NMHU is going to do through this grant that they got awarded, they're going to pay that particular co-teacher, so that student teacher, $35,000 over 10 monthly installments. On our side, for our teachers, who is the mentor teacher, they will receive a $2,000 stipend. And then also the principal at the building, the designated administrator, will receive a $2,000 stipend. I don't know how many, but in the email when I received this, that she said that there's already some current interest in placement, so I'm thinking maybe 2 or 3 folks that will get out of this. Also, one great little nugget as part of this, on the very, institution agreement, page 3. I'm sorry, number 10. Sorry. Up. Oh, sorry, down. The other way. Right there, number 10. So the candidate will remain in the district for 3 years. So after they finish this program, if we have a position that suits their needs, then we can hire them on, and they are agreeing to stay within the district for 3 years as a full-time employee. This one will be good through the school year 24-25. Questions on this one? Oh.
Ms. George?
Can you go over the principals that are getting the stipend portion?
So it'll be at whatever schools are designated. So say we have a candidate that wants to be at Noshchitty, then the Noshchitty principal, as part of facilitating that relationship, would get the $2,000 stipend. Whatever teacher they're in, say they're in the first grade classroom, that first grade mentor teacher will receive a $2,000 stipend. And then the actual student will receive that $35,000, kind of like a living wage stipend to cover them for the year that they're in that program. Mm-hmm. Any more questions on that one? Okay, and I believe there should be one more. Dene College. So this one, we need to get updated. I believe there is a current version that covered us for this year, but I'm not really sure in that, so I'm going to have to see what I can find. This one that I have right now that I'm showing is for the school year 19-20. But what this MOU is bringing about is the partnership with Dene College that's allowing our current, folks with an associate's degree, our EAs, maybe any other classified type folks in the district, to take classes with Dene College. When they graduate, they get a bachelor's in multicultural education and the teacher certification Also, they will receive the TESOL endorsement when they go for licensure. So this is a 2-year program that takes our staff, kind of a grow your own type situation, takes our staff in partnership with Danae and gets them into the classroom, certified teachers. We have right now 3, I believe, if I'm counting right, teachers that graduated from this program that are now stepping into certified teacher roles. So this one we definitely want to get back on the books, get it updated. Questions on this one?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
With this program, do you already have to have an associate's degree, did you say?
Yes.
Or college credit? Okay.
Yeah, an associate's to be able to enter into this program. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Another thing I forgot to mention, Danae brought in as part of their partnership the Navajo Tribe Scholarship Program. So quite a few of the folks that were able to go through this not only, got the degree, but also the financial assistance from the tribe.
Ms. George?
Mr. Carlson, how can we ensure that when we have these students come in and they have a mentorship and the administrator in the building decides what mentorship person's going to oversee, and I just want to be really clear that we have good mentorships and good communication, no bullying from. I know you worked on that, and we're getting better on that, but I just want to be sure that the administrators are not bullying these new students, teachers coming in that are, really new, and they're, whatever the administrator tells them to do, they're going to do it because they're coming in as interns basically, and they don't really have the knowledge, of the school or the district, and whatever is told to them to do, they're going to do it. And I just want to make sure that we ensure that we get really good training, and there's no bullying, there's no anything like that that's going on.
Absolutely, I can answer to that. And I'm going to make sure that all administrators are aware that recruitment and retention is huge. We need to keep good people. We also need new people. We need an influx. No offense to anybody's staff, but I'll just speak to my own former staff. There weren't a whole lot of 20 and 30-somethings on that staff. And the future of our kids and the future of our education in this district is with college students, folks who are going through college now and who are willing to go back and become teachers. So we'll make sure we do focus on those people, and I'll make sure principals are aware of that. We need to grow those people. You bet.
Okay, those are the only MOUs that I have right now. Another MOU that I'd like to bring forward, I just don't have it ready at this time, but we've been working to develop a partnership with Grand Canyon University. What that would present is discounted rates on classes, and then also some possible opportunities for professional development. I don't know a lot of details on the professional development, but all of this would be at no cost to the district. So need to work with them. I met with them a couple of times last year, but I don't know, it didn't go anywhere, so I'll try that one again. Also, had a previous conversation with NAU. This was last year, and just talking with them about what we could do in terms of building a relationship with them. Gosh, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, some of their head department chairs in the teacher education department came to visit the district and wanted to build a partnership at that time. They had a very specific program that they were recruiting for, but it was decided at that time to pass on that opportunity. But I figured I'd reach out and see what they have going now, and maybe we can bring some of that stuff forward again.
Comment. Board President,
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
the, gosh, I just had, okay, you were talking about the one that does the professional development,
Yeah, Grand Canyon University.
okay?
Mhm.
And they do that for free,
Mm-hmm.
and so, and I know, that there's been other people that's been providing that service, professional development, but we're paying a lot of money. How can we do this for free?
Well, I think in terms of what Grand Canyon would offer, it's very specific. So it's probably not like we could reach out to them and say, hey, we want something on TESOL strategies, but it's kind of whatever they have their bank of professional development. My assumption is that it's kind of click and watch a video and gain some learning that way, probably more in terms of continuing education credits, videos to just sort of enhance maybe teaching strategies, but nothing that we would really drive. It's just what they have available that would be now available to our staff if we do proceed with this partnership. But I can check and see if it could turn into something different. Okay. Mm-hmm. Other questions?
Go ahead, Ms. George.
This is more for Mr. Carlson. We've missed out on the 21st Century grants and the Gear Up. Is there any work on getting those grants back?
Thank you, Ms. George. I did check into that and reached out to a gentleman with 21st Century for that particular grant. It will not become available to us. It's 5 years. It's a 5-year cycle till 2026. He did send me some links to they're kind of mini grants that we can apply for, but they're not as comprehensive as the 21st Century. So that was a big loss for the district. And the same thing, Gear Up is the same way, where it does extend for several years. We'll make sure that when it comes back around, obviously we'll avail ourselves of that opportunity and whatever else we can.
How did we miss that, the 21st Century? How did we miss that, reapplying for it?
So I believe that was in 2021, and I don't know if I can really speak to that other than the fact that there was a lapse. I remembered it from a building principal perspective that when we were not going to be able to, it was one of those grants you had to have kind of lower grades to begin with, and then when they were getting ready to open it up, I was honestly kind of excited to get that particular grant because most grants for academics for after school, they don't allow you to do those really fun things. And I was kind of, honestly, I was a little jealous of that sister school in Kirtland because they were doing like mountain bike activities and things like that. And I thought, this is going to be great because our kids are going to want to stay and do this. So yes, that was a big loss. There's a 5-year window, so when you first apply for it, they don't open that up again till 5 more years. So if you miss that opportunity when it comes available, it's not available.
Any other questions from the board?
Alrighty. Thank you, everybody. Hagone.
Item C, CCSD Safety and Improvement Projects by Devin and and Mr. Griego. I apologize.
Good evening, Board President. I'd like permission to approach the board.
Go ahead. You gave me two. Did you intend to?
If you could provide an extra copy, I believe Mr. Montoya will be joining us shortly, and he'll probably want to.
She's coming here at 7, she said. She had a meeting.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Today, we were asked to come talk about the new safety improvement projects that Ccsd has been doing. Devin and I have been working on that and identifying some projects since the start of 2020. So starting back in the school year of 2020-2022, priority safety improvement projects were identified district-wide. We collaborated with several departments to include operation, finance, C&I, and student support services. District-wide improvement of communication was a need in the district. So we found we needed to upgrade our repeater system up on Rough Butte. That's a system that our buses use to communicate with one another. We went ahead and bought a new repeater, installed a new repeater, and also installed a backup battery system. So in the event that the tower loses power, we'll still have the power to generate for the bus communications or our radio communications to work. Again, the installation of a new radio tower communication system was identified a need at between the Newcomb High School and Newcomb Middle School. This was for the purpose of expanding our community or our connectivity district-wide. There's a tower that we placed out between the two school sites. It was a need to strengthen the radio signal in the event of emergency. Newcomb now has the capability to communicate with the repeater in Shiprock that communicates with the repeater in Shiprock or Kirtland. So that antenna boosted the strength for them to be able to communicate to district-wide in the event of emergency. The need for handheld radios was also identified. Thus far, 11 schools have been provided brand new handheld radios for each staff member. We purchased about 400 in total. And right now we have approximately 200 additional radios on order that will be distributed to the rest of the school district once we receive those. During the same time as a district, we also focused on continuing to install the access door controls throughout the district on all exterior doors. When I first got here, the only key access doors were primarily on the front entrances of the doors. So we identified a need for the access door system to be controlled or on all exterior doors at all the school sites. So we've been working on that. I believe we got the money or the funding through ESSER's 2 funding, where we're able to install all the access control doors on all the exterior doors of all the schools. Sure.
That's just to so I keep it in my brain. So you're talking about how each school is connected by handheld
Yes, ma'am.
radio. So what is the purpose for that?
So the teachers and the administration are able to communicate with each other inside the building. For example, if there's a fight in a hallway, a teacher is able to radio to the principal, hey, we got a fight, and they're able to respond the necessary personnel to deal with the fight or whatever issues are going on. In the event that the emergency is requiring law enforcement or something on that kind of upscale, the administrator has the access to their handheld radio. It's called an administrator radio. They access a code, and what that does is they're able to speak to a repeater tower that communicates with everybody district-wide to let everybody know what's going on at the school site, just in case, like, for example, if there's an active shooter, the whole school district's going to end up going on a lockdown. So we all need to know what's going on. We're also able to communicate with law enforcement when they're responding to the emergency.
front clipping, back clipping, what is appropriate. I think that's something that definitely that Mr. Grego and I could get out to the staff, to the principals, and have a training on the radio etiquette of what is going to be, talked about over the lines, because everybody will have that, or they may be possible to go to a separate channel for that. Mr. Grego, correct?
Yes.
Valid point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Or board member Aspis. Also, all our kids have cell phones, so when there's an emergency, 80% of the time, those kids are going to be texting mom and dad, "Hey, something's going on," and then mom and dad are going to be calling the school. So we also have to deal with cell phones now, just not only radios but also cell phones. So that's a very good point. Access controls, we're also expanding those to the areas of transportation yards, KBO, warehouse, and the Shiprock administration office. We're improving the emergency response times throughout our district. This was a major concern when I first got here. We were working with our departments with the local law enforcement and emergency management agencies, and we are in the process of right now. We've collaborated with the sheriff's office here and found out they have the same key access system that we do. So what we were able to do is get a list of deputies that work for the district and obtain their key card numbers. So now the county office, the sheriff's office, has access to all of our school sites that have the key, access key entry. So if in the event of an emergency, they have the capability of entering any of the schools at any of the buildings anytime. If the school goes into a lockdown, their cars will have the emergency response access to be overridden, where they can access the door. So it's not necessarily they have access to the front door. They may need to enter from a back door or wherever the emergency is occurring so they can get there quickly. We're currently working with Navajo Nation Police Department. They do not have the key card access system right now. So we're in discussion right now of possibly just getting a list of officers that are going to need a key card and issuing them a key card from our district. Through the access control system, and we've identified through our vendor that there is also a system that's called a Vanderbilt SMS software that are setting up, they're going to set up, it's an automated system that you set up with the school administrator or the principal, and he can identify, like, say his safety team, he wants to be notified if these access control doors are propped open for about, I think it's like 30 or maybe it's 3 minutes, I believe it was. So if the door's propped open for 3 minutes, anybody on that email list or text thread will get an email saying door so-and-so is propped open. And the same goes for like any forced entry. So if somebody comes to the door and pulls on it and forces it open, it's going to alert somebody on that alert list that this door has been either forced open or is left open, propped open. This project will be completed by our contractor by the end of June of this year. We also identified throughout the district employees are not wearing their ID around their neck like I am today while they're in the district. So this makes it hard for other people who don't know the employees, if they're even employees of the district, and why they're wandering in the schools. So due to this, we were considering consolidating the access key card and the photo ID card into one card. So we've done some tests on the cards that we have, and we're able to run a picture on the access key card. So our hope is it's going to force the employee to wear their ID to go to school, because they're not going to be able to get into the buildings without the key card. So this ensures that all employees must have their identification on them at all times, or they won't have access to the doors.
So what we're trying to do is making sure that we're limiting excuses, right? Or limiting forgetfulness. So I forgot I propped the door open or whatever. Now we're getting the alerts for that, and it's going to prompt somebody to say, oh, we need to go to the east wing and close that. Same with the IDs and so forth. You know what I mean? We have one. If they don't have it, they can't get in. They need to go back and get it. It's also a loss prevention technique too. If they lose their card, they have to report it, right? And we're seeing sometimes employees, they're scared to report that they lost their ID, right? But they still have their access card. So we eliminate that, so it forces them to tell their supervisor or go to that person, their administrator, and say, hey, I need a new card. I don't know what happened to it. Okay, give me a quick memo on that, and we'll get you a new card. You know, it's helping develop that process so they're going to want to report what is going on.
Again, like Mr. Verhulst mentioned, this allows accountability to track access key cards. In the event one is lost or stolen, employees must report the incident in order to get a new access key card. By reporting lost or stolen key cards, they're pretty easy to eliminate. So this is going to eliminate all the hard keys that we have floating out there. So if a set of keys get stolen, it's going to cost the district thousands of dollars because we're having to rekey buildings. Where this key card, all we have to do is find out who the employee was, get in the computer system, and deactivate the key, and it's no longer available to enter the buildings. We're also in the process. We did identify a Knox box, and I don't know if anybody on the panels are familiar with the Knox box, but currently we only have one school that has a Knox box attached to the building. So what a Knox box is a box that it's specially keyed for emergency responders, firefighters, EMS, and it's specific to that box. So if fire, for example, has to respond to a school, right now they don't have access to go through the gates or to get into the buildings. They would have to wait for somebody to either answer the door or force entry. They would have to force entry. So if we get these boxes put in, they're going to have the capability to go up to the Knox box system will override the gate system that we're looking at installing. It'll open the gate. The box will be located on the school building. They'll have a key to get in the box, and that will have all the keys that they need to enter the building. We're looking at doing this district-wide. It was a pretty big challenge because of the logistics on some of our schools are on San Juan County, and some of them are on Navajo Reservation. So it's difficult when well, it wasn't difficult, but it was just trying to get collaborating with both fire agencies because everybody has a different key. So we're going to have to find a key for San Juan County and a key for Navajo Reservation to be able to access these boxes. But we were able to find out that they do have the system. So we'll be installing those at all of our school sites and they'll have access to the buildings for an emergency. We've met and spoken to the San Juan County Fire Department and Navajo Nation Fire Department for the installation of the Knox boxes at all Ccsd sites. And again, this will allow access to all the sites. From 2021 to current, we're in the process of installing electronic gates. They're drive-through gates at all entrances and exits to schools. So it's also going to have the key card reader system on it, along with the Knox box key system that it can be override the gate. If there's an emergency, there's going to be a panic button inside the building. The principal or whoever identifies the emergency can push the button. What it does is it secures all the access doors and also starts closing the gates. Key card access pads will be installed at the entrance gate. So the reason why we did this is, for one, they'll be able to be scheduled times for when the gates will be allowed to be open, who will be allowed to access the gates, but also law enforcement will be able to override that gate system if it's put into the lockdown system. We've also identified that we've been utilizing antiquated chain and lock systems for walk-through gates pretty much district-wide. It's the old style system where we just have a gate, we throw a chain around it, and we lock it with a padlock. For one, this is a fire marshal issue because it's not easily to access and leave the premises in the event of an emergency. But also, we've found that some of the gates, the majority of the gates that we walked to school sites were left unsecured, and there was no reason. I mean, the lock and chain were just hanging by the gate, and the gate was easily accessible where somebody could walk in and go onto the school property. So what we're wanting to do and looking at doing is doing a one-way gating system. This will allow for a one-way in, or one-way out, but it won't allow entry back in. So it will allow students and staff to exit the area. It will not allow for re-entry. This ensures that any unwanted trespassers have no access to entry points into our school sites. The lock and chain systems, when conducting our site visits, many of the pass-through or walk-through gates were found to be left unsecured and open. So if we put these gates where these lock and chain gates are, it's basically a one push bar system. They're metal gates. They're pushed open from the inside to allow exit. They close and they lock behind, and you have to open them from the inside in order for them to open up. They are keyed. There's going to be a hard key that we'll be able to unlock the gate with. In furtherance of quicker emergency response time through our district, we're collaborating with the San Juan County Communications Authority, which is the 911 dispatch center. I've had some experience in my past history that I knew that the dispatch center had access to all the school site cameras in the event of emergency. When I started talking to the dispatch center, we discovered that they didn't have any access to any of our camera systems. So just last week and today we had a meeting with the director out there at the 911 dispatch center. So we're now going to allow access to all of our surveillance camera systems. This allows for real-time information to be relayed to emergency response personnel as they're arriving on scene. So basically what that is if the county gets dispatched to Kirtland Central for an active shooter, the dispatch center will be able to log onto the system and they'll immediately get live feed, video feed, and be able to see what's going on inside the school and give real-time information to law enforcement as they're responding to the scene. It's helpful because it gives law enforcement a location of where the incident's occurring, possible clothing description, what kind of weapons they're using, or just stuff like that. It's quick information that they're able to pass out. Like I said, we met today. The system is anticipated to be operational by mid-July of 2022. And this is only, unfortunately, going to be for the schools in San Juan County because there's some jurisdictional reasons that they can't access the schools on the reservation. So we're going to have to reach out to Navajo Reservation to see if their dispatch center has the capability of remoting in using a VPN to all the other sites on the reservation.
We know that they don't have a dispatch center. They have the two numbers that everybody will call, correct? They're still working on the 911 center. At the very least, we talked it over with Mr. Carlson as well, that potentially if we talk to the chief or assistant chief and allow access one computer that's housed at their main office area that can be utilized as part of their incident command during, if and when those situations arise, it's there and only a select few would have that access to that only during an emergency. And we would have a written agreement that would written up until a dispatch center is able to be operational on the reservation.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Mr. Grego, I truly appreciate the fact that you're having those conversations. Just a couple of days ago, I actually called 911. It was an operator or an individual from the Navajo Nation, I believe was within Shiprock, that actually picked it up. But it took a couple of attempts because I didn't know if it was going to be routed to the county and then down. But on the second try, it was picked up in Shiprock. So I appreciate the fact that what you guys are doing to try to facilitate that. And it's not just really for an enhancement for us, but quite frankly, everybody else in the community. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspas.
So, in talking with Navajo Nation, what is their attitude on this? Do they feel like is something needed to, clear up or get going, or what is their attitude on this?
Navajo Nation's been great to work with. I think that technology is a challenge. Internet's not so great out here on the reservation, but I know that they have the money and funding to go up with the 911 dispatch center. It's just getting it built and getting it staffed and what they need to get that system up and running. That's some of the challenges we have on the reservation. Is just the technology. They're a little bit behind on the technology, so just trying to catch them up to speed with what we can as a school district. Like for example, the key cards. They don't use a key card system, but we have a box like of 100 that we can issue 12 cops a key card so they can have access to our school. So anything that we can do technology-wise and help, I'm willing to go the extra mile to try to get that done. So the camera system will only be allowed access to the system in the emergency event. They'll only be allowed to log into the system at the 911 dispatch center. So it's pretty restrictive. It's not going to just be open with cameras running 24/7. The dispatcher who's going to be assigned to be able to pull up that computer is only going to view that or access that VPN during an emergency. So it's not ever going to be viewed 24/7. It's only in the event of emergency that they'll utilize that. Again, we'll continue to work with Navajo Police Department and possibly develop an additional MOU for them. to have a VPN access to our cameras for an emergency situation. We conducted a camera audit district-wide. We're in the process of updating and replacing cameras on an as-needed basis. Some of the training that we completed this year, we provided AED, CPR, first aid, bloodborne pathogens, stop to bleed, flashlight training, sexual harassment, Title IX, active shooter, child abuse and sex trafficking, and COVID-19 safe practices. For this upcoming school year, the San Juan County Emergency Management team is planning a reunification training in October. We'd like to get some tabletop exercises done with our local law enforcement. We've been in contact with PALMS to bring in some additional trainers for some specialties that they have. Emergency drill assessments when the school sites are doing their emergency drills. We've asked law enforcement, fire department, fire marshal to attend these events to give us feedback to see what we're succeeding in and what we need to do to get better at. I hate to keep saying active shooter, but if there's an event, for as an example, as an active shooter, what happens is that school will be placed in a lockdown until law enforcement is able to clear the building. Students will be collected at a collection point. They'll be loaded onto a bus and taken to it's McGee Park, and then everything will be there for us to check students back out to parents. Also, incident command system, it's issued through FEMA. It's a free training online, and it's also required in the new safe school plans that we've been working on just recently. I brought up safe school plans. Safe school plans are due December 3rd of this year. The new format has been provided to all the site administrators. We are currently working with them so we can have them completed well before the deadline. We'd like to get these completed by the end of September so we can submit them to New Mexico Public Education Department, get them reviewed, because usually there's some mistakes that we need to correct or more verbiage that we need to add, so we'd like to get those completed before the deadline.
Mr. President, question.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Mr. Griego, in respects to the, and I apologize for circling back to the active shooter unification, but in respects to where we are, especially with the schools to the south of us, it is absolutely imperative to involve everybody, every police agency that can be called to respond, because as you well know, getting help down there is very, very hard and difficult. And as I told Governor Martinez one day in a conversation, I said, on a good day, you get police down there in an hour. She looked at me and she says, a good day? What's a bad day? They don't show up. She couldn't believe it. And those are some of the things that those are the realities that we have to deal with. So it's imperative that everybody is involved to understand exactly what we're dealing with out here. And again, I know there's a very good relationship. There always has been. When I was working with the district, we had a good relationship with the county. And again, I'm going to reiterate, I appreciate the fact that you've extended that courtesy to build that up again with the district. So thank you.
I appreciate it, Mr. Montoya. I failed to mention as well, you bring up a good point about responses and law enforcement being involved in the reunification drill. I can tell you, prior from my experience, if there's an emergency like that, you're going to get Farmington Police, Bloomfield Police, Aztec Police, State Police that are going to be responding to these incidents. So I've also reached out to Captain Micah Doring with State Police to also get the same key card system, so State Police officers will also have access to the schools as well.
We want to make sure that we mention too, when it comes down to the Knox box systems, you guys, we're also going to be installing the Knox box for San Juan County out on the reservation schools as well. They've assured us with our meetings with Mr. Carton and everything, they're going to come until they get called off. It doesn't matter what part that is, they're going to send reinforcements. And so if they have access to those systems as well, you know, we're going to put them in, because it's minimal cost to the district to have that access available for the EMS, first responders, and so forth.
Okay, so also, would that include the FBI and the BIA police with those communications. Because I can't remember the term of and it's not an agency, but it's a response center within New Mexico. And it was through the counterterrorism or Homeland Security class that I was taking that they're talking about, where all that information is going directly into that, and then they have the applicable agencies responding to whatever the situation is or the scenario is. I don't know if we have that, and I know I can get the information for you if you don't, but that's certainly something that is a consideration, especially if there was, God forbid, a mass shooting. I'll get you the correct title of that.
Okay.
Of that call center,
I
but
also-
it includes everybody: tribal lands, tribal police, everybody. But I'll certainly forward that to you through the superintendent, so he can be informed of it as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. And lastly, with
I have a question.
yes, Ms. Haskey.
I wanted to, can you repeat what you said about not having key cards in the Noshiri, Newcomb, Shiprock area? What was the reason for not having the capability of that?
So when I initially got here in 2020, none of the school sites had the key card access other than the front door. We've now replaced the old locking system with the key card system. I know Noshiri was done a few months ago with all their exterior doors to have the key card access doors. Newcomb Elementary, when we checked, I know that they have some, and Newcomb High School as well.
So all the schools have the capability now to use key cards?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
So lastly, I'd like to go over is the safe school plans are due, and there is a section in the safe school plans in regards to emergency drills where we're needing to identify or notify first responders and at least send the invite for them to attend the drill. So Devin and I have reached out to San Juan County Sheriff's Department or San Juan County Fire Department, Navajo Nation Police Department, Navajo Nation Fire Department, and we have scheduled the first emergency drills for the month of August. They've all agreed to attend the event and give us all feedback on the fire drill. So I just thought that was great that they were able and willing to cooperate and collaborate with the district and attend these events. I know they're busy, and if they can attend 2 to 3 drills out of the year, I'd be happy with that.
We've also reached that extension out to Palms and Associates, to their safety crew over there to come down to have an outside look as our insurance provider to have a different perspective as well, so we can get that feedback and see where improvements can be made too.
And with that, I stand for questions.
Ms. Aspis.
So as you were talking about the access and the cards and things like that, and it sounds like, which is good. And I understand one of our board members has a key access card. Is that good? I mean, where are we ending that list?
Relatively speaking, if the superintendent approves a key card to be issued to somebody, he has the ultimate decision.
Does that carry over from superintendent to the next one?
It's something that I haven't gotten into yet, but that's something we can talk about. And just so you know, the key cards, they don't have universal access, depending on which card folks have. So someone who has a key card for Kirtland Business Office, it would just be available for that.
That's been brought up to me, and then hearing all of this, you know, the training and what you shared with us. I, as a board member, am not part of that training, so I may be a distraction or somebody that just gets in the way. So there's that, and then secondly, I know we're real focused on active shooters, and that's something that's been in the news, but one thing that I was very disappointed in, about a couple years ago, that we had a missing student, and I really did not appreciate the attitude. I mean, any child is important, but at that time, the leadership, from what I saw, was, and some of the other comments expressed, said at that time was, we can't be everywhere, and that's heartless. That's heartless, and you know, it happened after hours, and luckily, the sheriff, that child was taken from here, from Kirtland, down the road, and they found the child on the reservation. So the response, and I remember I at that time, the leadership, I called and I let them know, and then looking at Facebook, I saw that the sheriff's department had already found or located the child, and so I called back, and then to find out that nothing was done, nothing was shared. And I thought, you know, in situations like that, time is a factor. And it's already happened to our district. It's already happened. And I try to ask people that were here at that time, but I was just looked at, just kind of brushed off, and I thought, how sad. How sad. I mean, and that's a good illustration, or a good, you know, it just really reflected how that leadership goes and how that attitude continues on down. And so I think that's something that needs to be kept in the forefront, you know, about what do we do in those situations, because the last one that happened, it was at the bus stop, and it was on the reservation, and I mean, a big applause to that superintendent that was here at that time. She had herself and 2 cabinet members out there, Shiprock Pinnacle, looking, 3 o'clock in the morning, and so I think that's something that we need to talk about as well, and be prepared for.
Definitely.
Because I think at that time, you know, I didn't know if the child was our student or not. And I mean, gosh, you know, all he had to do was call and find out. And then, you know, the teacher, they know who they are contact with, you know, friends, they see all that. So I think we're a valuable resource in those kind of matters. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
in regards to the key card, full disclosure, I'm the one with that key card. And the only place it works is down at the administration office. And I can say pretty clearly that I haven't even used that thing and pressed the button just like everybody else in about the last month and a half. So it's probably dormant at this point in time. But just for the sense of full disclosure, since you brought it up, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would like to talk about the key card system too, because it's controlled through a computer system. You can control what doors they have access to, and also it logs date, time, and who entered the door on those dates. So we can track who enters the door and what doors they enter through. So there's a system that's able to do that. We're able to control what doors they're able to access times, they can be on schedules, et cetera.
Just like we did a camera audit throughout the district, we also did we're conducting the key card access throughout the district as well. So once we get the current list from HR of all the new teachers onboarding and all that, we'll cross-reference that to make sure that those cards have been deleted, they don't have access to that. One of the concerns too, when we're talking about the emergency management and building the bridges and the cooperation with all the other agencies, with fire and so forth, is when we give those cards out, what if they leave? What system does San Juan County Fire have in place to let us know, let the district know that that person has moved out, or they took another position, so we can close that card down? Setting that stuff up first before we allow that access is what we're building on some of the other agencies right now, right? And so we're working through that with our contractor NCI, and with the local departments to ensure that accountability with the cards.
Ms. Asmus.
So, you're probably not familiar, but would that be public information? The history on that, would that be?
On what?
The key card access?
The key card access, it'll say, it has a 5-digit numerator on the back of that card, and then that card gets associated with the name, first and last name of that employee and where they're housed and so forth. Could the information be redacted, ma'am, on how many cards are out there? Is that?
No, I'm just wondering if that's public information.
No, this is a closed house system that only is deliberate access period for that information, and to the administrators who need to issue those cards or are part of that.
But our superintendent would be able to see that, right?
Yes.
I would, yes.
All right.
Ms. George.
I have a comment regarding the school access key card. That access was given under the last administration, so you wouldn't have any detailed access reporting since the last superintendent was here, because you guys are just getting into now docking who swipes their cards. School board members are not employees. They are not employed by the district. And so school card access should not be given to any school board members based on that. And I know, because I had to resign my job and I had to turn my key in. So there's no excuse. I think I'll just leave it at that. But school board members are not employees of the district, and we don't get those certain privileges. So, and I also have a few more comments or questions. So, the repeater that was stationed after the Aztec shooting in the Newcomb area, that's been updated, correct, you said?
Correct. There's a tower out there now. It's not a repeater. If you drive out there, it's in between the two schools. There's a concrete pad, and I believe it's 8 to 12 feet tower.
Okay. And then what is the range of the frequency of the radios that you guys bought for the 11 schools? How far does that frequency reach out?
So that's a good question. Radios work on RF signals.
Mhm.
The walls in the schools, if they're an older school, and the walls, depending on what they use to build the school, sometimes if they key a radio, they're not able to penetrate the wall. For example, Kirtland Elementary identified a wing in their building that they're not able to get communication with other teachers on the other side. So we've spoken to the principal. He's put in a work order, and we've worked with a gentleman at Farmington Police Department who's working on a repeater to put internally inside the school to boost the power so they're able to get through to communicate.
Okay, and then you both had mentioned that you were going to train the staff on the radio, how to work the radio, because there's, I know on the radios, we have all the schools channeled in there, and then you can also, like you said, hit the Aztec emergency line as well. So, like for instance, Mesa has their own frequency, TBA, but you can switch the channels. So just want to make sure that those radios get used specifically for safety, not anything else in the school, not to be like, for, well, if they're going out to lunch, I'm sure somebody on lunch duty will carry the radio in case there's something going on outside, but really want to make sure that we utilize those radios and it's open for safety reasons, for emergency reasons, not any other fashion. And you stated that there was 11 schools who got those radios for each staff. Can we have a listing of that, of those schools
A list of the schools that have
that
been
have them
provided the
now
radios?
and
You
then
bet.
who are waiting?
I can't remember them off the top of my head, so I'll provide that to Superintendent Carlson when we get back.
And that's fine, thanks. And then when the gates are open, when we get our security, can we make sure that we have those securities, like during the day, if there's an open fence, that there's a security monitoring that entryway during the day? Like for lunchtime, let's say, they leave and have somebody standing there for just monitoring. And then, can we get some film, one-way film, like to put on the windows of each of the classrooms, especially in the hallways where the classroom doors are? Some of the classroom doors have windows. We can get those one-way mirror. You can see out, but you can't see in.
Are you talking about the little windows in the
film,
doors?
yeah, the little windows to the classrooms,
Okay.
because the teachers just put paper, construction paper, or a little curtain there, and yeah, they're against fire code, and also they need to be, we need to be on top of that, please, and so we can get those mirrors. And then on the outside too, maybe on the outside of the classroom windows like this, where you can see out but they can't see in. The film
We've
coverings.
seen requests from that, ma'am, from other schools already, coming in where we've helped obtain quotes for that. Yes, ma'am.
And then, like in Newcomb, the cell phone is still not working. They don't have cell service in the building there, so that interrupts their way of communicating during an emergency. So
I want to address that, Secretary George. That was one of the schools area, Newcomb and Nosh City, were one of the initial schools that we identified that have cell phone coverage issues, power outages. So I can tell you that was the first 4 schools that got issued radios for all staff, just to ensure that if their cell phones ain't working, they're at least able to talk to each other, access the repeater to access district, and let us know that there's an emergency going on, just in case their cell phones ain't working or they have a power outage. So I know that all the staff out there have a handheld radio.
yeah, and then
Go ahead, Ms. Askey.
That was a question that I had in regards to the lack of power or access in cases of emergency. How do the key card access work if there's no power? If you have situation, active shooter, are you locked in a classroom with potential dangerous people, or do you have the capability to still get out? Do we have those type of contingency plans in place that we can react and not just be locked in a building?
That's a good question, Vice President Haskey. Right now, the key access doors are on all exterior doors. They're not in the interior doors of the classroom. So the classroom is still the old style lock and key system with the doorknob. So they wouldn't be locked in the classroom. I would have to defer to Mr. Verhulst. He may have some better knowledge on how that system, if the power is out, but that's a great question.
We can provide the amount of time that they have. It's kind of like your emergency lighting for that, so we'll be able to provide that. But for the exterior doors, in the event if people are needing to get out of hallway B, they'll be able to get out of that hallway B and move through that to run away, seek cover, that type of stuff. But let us get the information for you, and we'll provide that to Mr. Carlson
Ms. Aspen?
So, to that, I'm sure it's a magnetic lock. So once you lose power, it's open. You no longer have that unless you have a backup. And yes, it would be good just to see what that backup, how long it lasts, is because just as was pointed out, the emergency lighting, it's not to keep on providing light. It's just enough to get people moving or safe place. But there's that, and then also the security. I think that really came to my mind, questioning. I know we have security, and with the graduation that happened and the incident that happened, what limitations and we were talking about Navajo police or other police forces providing backup. What about our own security? What role do they play?
That's a good question, Board Member Aspis. The security guards are level 1 security guards. They're not armed. They're not trained to restrain people with any type of restraint devices. They're there to de-escalate situations. In the event that it's a immediate threat of a battery or a life-threatening incident, they're able to intervene safely. It's not encouraged to go hands-on with anybody. They're basically there to prevent and have a show of force, along with trying to de-escalate the situation and intervene if there's a battery that occurs.
I'm just wondering, it's known, it's widely known that, the response time for Navajo Nation police is very poor. And so, I don't know, at some point, I think we're going to have to really look at expanding those limits, for security. And especially when with what happened there, the two of the attendees got hurt, pepper spray, and the girl, a female, was hit, and then the principal. So I don't know what that entails, or if that's the board's say in that, we expand that, because we just can't. As people attend functions there, events there, they can't just think that they can just do whatever and leave, Just put it that way.
I don't know if you wanted to answer that one, Mr. Griego. Also, Ms. Aspis, if you'd remember to get that microphone on. I'm getting some text from Sharon saying that the YouTube audience can't hear, and they definitely want to hear you, because that's a great question, and it's an interesting question, because we had a conversation about that, I believe today, about possibilities, and so we are exploring possibilities. For instance, it might cost a little bit more, but it might be worth it. Like you mentioned, the security guards are unarmed. There are other possibilities. For instance, there are folks who are cleared to carry a firearm, for instance, ex-police officers. So we can employ, we have the possibility of looking into employing other folks just for added security, especially for areas like Newcomb, where the response time, again, we've heard it from several of you, that it does take a long time. So we are having those conversations.
Ms. George?
Okay. So can we remember to make sure that all emergency buckets are in the classrooms and in the offices in case there's a lockdown, extended time where the kids are in the classroom. We need to make sure that all those are accounted for in the classrooms. And also, if we can get some alternative classroom training for teachers and students, like the door handle that you can turn up and down. You can use the back of a chair here and put it in there, and it won't open from the outside. And then using like a big desk, turning it upside against the door, against the window that's open. Can we get those kind of trainings as well for our teachers and students? And then reaching out to the director of FBI in Shiprock, and of course to the chief of Navajo Nation in Shiprock as well for accessing the cameras and getting the Knox box. There are in Shiprock and Newcomb, there were Knox boxes that were placed. You just have to look for them.
So we did communicate with them, and they do have a Knox
Yeah.
box system. So we're going to be able to do that. That's part of what we're spending now is getting the Knox boxes. So we were able to figure out that they do have the same system. So we'll be able to put those out this year.
Make sure you get the maps in there of the schools and the lock, the turn off electrical and
Sure.
the gas knobs in there too. So when they're there, they can turn them off. And they have a layout of the school. And also, you mentioned the security doing de-escalation. Mr. Carlson, I don't know if that would fall on the security company for training or if it would fall on CCSD through the contract, but they have to be CPI certified for de-escalation before they can get into any of that, and they need to carry their cards.
Did you want to address that one, Mr. Gregg? I know you did have a conversation about CPI just the other day.
So we've identified that CPI training, the district as a whole needs. We need to conduct that training and update our safety teams, being the turnover that we've had at each school site, and them identifying new safety teams. That's definitely something that we can look at. I know we just submitted a new RFP for a security company. It is a different company that we've never used in the past. So it's something that we can look at if the board agrees to the RFP, that we get the security guards that are going to be attending our school sites to attend the CPI training when we end up doing that training for our district staff.
Yeah, there's some schools that are current with their CPI until next year because we did those trainings after this year.
Yes, we've been in contact with finance. I've been in contact with Ms. Malou. She's provided the information on those quotes. We've also got the language for the sole source vendor on that, but we took that a step further when we were talking to the finance department too, along with Ms. Malou, and we've obtained the other quotes already. We just want to make sure that we have everything come July 1, that those quotes, number one, are up to date, they're good to go, and then we've identified all the personnel with the departments working with Miss Amanda and her staff as well with Malou on, we've looked at renting the Civic Center to do it all at one time, and then we can bus employees down there too, so we can knock out multiple classes at once and get like 60 to 80 people through a day with the instructors and have multiple instructors to have a large facility at one time. So these are options that have been that we've talked about, so we can stay ahead of the expiration date coming up in late December, somewhere in there, or mid-November or something.
Yeah, for costs, I think maybe the pit at Shiprock High School and here at Kirtland High School.
Availability and space on that, those are perfect places to have that, as long as it doesn't conflict with the amount of other training as we're onboarding everybody else, fighting for the time to make sure that we can get that in there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Working with that schedule, correct.
Mr. Carlson, for the CPI instructors, it's really hard for Malou to get instructors because you have to take a big, huge test and you have to be certified in it. You have to pass it with a 90%. And with the availability of staff, it's really hard for her to find. She's already lost 2. I was an instructor and there was another one. So she really needs help in identifying, and I think Ms. Sutherland and working with Mr. Griego and Mr. Verhos and yourself can maybe identify some people who have some flexibility that can do those CPI trainings and get them done.
Absolutely. That's something that we've kind of worked at different schools this year a little bit. I know at my previous school, we did have a teacher who was certified, but it took her like you said, there's several sessions, and it was a difficult process. By the time she was done, we were already done with our CPI training at our building. But that's something we'll look at and get more instructors. Absolutely.
And then you stated that the staff had training. They had AED, CPR, and first aid training. And when was that?
So we did AED, first aid, and CPR training with our maintenance and custodial staff. I would have to go back and look at when the logs and training took place.
But nothing with the schools.
We weren't able to get with the schools because they were doing other PD days, and we weren't able to fit that in with them. But we are scheduling for the next school year to have that training for them.
Can we have that like within the first couple of, like, not even 2 weeks go by, because the staff at the schools, they really need that training to run the AED, CPR, and first aid, and as well as the athletics, because we'll have people in the gym, and we need to have the AEDs, make sure that they're outside the gym because we have large crowds there. And I know the bloodborne pathogens, sexual harassment, child abuse. I know that those are in the Big Five mandatory trainings, but can we make sure that those trainings come from a nurse or somebody, because they just kind of run through it and just have everybody sign. They do a quick little what do you call it, PowerPoint, and it's just real quick, and they just sign, and then when something happens, especially child abuse reporting, they don't know what to do, and they don't want to report, and then it becomes a huge issue. So
Do me a favor, though, Mr. Verhulst. Would you step up to the microphone?
Yes.
We're missing, I guess the audience is missing a lot of what you're saying.
Okay. Ma'am, we also brought in Palms and Associates, and we've also brought in VTAC outside instructors to bring that perspective in with that and provided that. We can continue that trend coming into the new school year.
Are we paying those people to do the training?
Palms and Associates, we do not, ma'am. That's free because that's part of our insurance providers. Now, when Palms and Associates do come out and they have also provided CPR and first aid trainings, there is a minimal cost to that because of the actual certificate that they get, that they have to give out. Does that make sense? So,
yeah, we could save money by going through Malou. She does CPR training and the Big Five training. Nurses can do that. They can delegate it to the health office, and we can save money on that. I don't think we really, if it's free from PFC, that's fine, but I don't think we need to reach out and pay for something that we already have in our district, people who are qualified, people who have the necessary credentials to give those trainings. Just a suggestion. Superintendent, please.
Thank you.
And, sorry, I just, what was the other training? You said you had Stop the Bleed training? Who was that with?
VTAC was the company that did the Stop the Bleed training.
Who were the trainees? Who did we train for Stop the Bleed?
Again, we did custodial staff, maintenance workers. I believe who else and nurses were invited to that training.
Okay. And the active shooter training, when did that take place?
I'd have to look at my email. It's a training video that was sent out by Palms. It was approved by New Mexico PED for the training. I sent it out to all the principals and had them provide that training to their staff and had them sign and date when they took the training.
Mr. Carlson, may we get a report on that date when the active shooter training was given to the staff?
Yes.
And then sex trafficking, when was that given?
That training was provided through Palms and Associates, and we can work with Ms. Nelson and get those dates for you, or Mr. Marvis.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
So, what I'm looking at and listening to all, this training and, where I work, we don't, there's some training that we get and, and then to hear that, that it's, the video was given to principals to do, and I just wonder, my question is the liability of that. And I always think if litigated, if, God forbid, those things happen, and if litigated, would the district be in deep trouble? And so I just asked the two gentlemen to ask yourself those questions, and as our new superintendent, ask yourself those questions. And I think from there, it kind of guides you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think liability is key for everything. Mr. Montoya?
Mr. President, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Superintendent, in respects to I don't know if that was me. In respects to our staff, whether you have nurses or the like, being qualified, there's a difference between being qualified and certified to actually teach and provide a certificate or a licensure to perform those duties, and pursuant to what is being stated through Palms and Associates and the insurance agency. They're the ones who provide that under the auspice of the services that they provide, right? So therefore, they take on that liability. Correct. Would that be correct, Superintendent?
That would be correct. Absolutely.
Okay, to Ms. Aspis' point of bearing that responsibility from the district itself, again, that is why I believe the insurance agency is there to be able to do that. It comes part of the premium that we pay.
It's part of that, but we also need to make sure we do our due diligence, because that's something where we provide training all the time, but we need to make sure that it's going out to the proper people in the proper channels, the proper ways. So you are correct on that.
Understood to that point also, as well as if you would, can we force people to take that training, take CPR training?
I'd have to check on that one. I have no idea the answer to that one. You're shaking your head no, so I bet you the answer is probably no. But we do want to recommend it, and I agree with Ms. George that we need to train as many folks as we can. And we need to do it earlier, because that is something where, we do the CPI training. I think I was trained this year, maybe November or December, which was sort of early, honestly. But we need to do that at the beginning of the school year so that if those situations arise, we're ready for them. And when we have incidents in buildings, there's many times when there's folks around that are not trained at all. And if we look for a crisis team that's trained, if it's the beginning of the year, we a lot of times don't have those people trained yet. So we need to make sure, that's a great point, we need to have those people trained immediately at the beginning of the school year, so we can do those things in case we need first aid, CPR, CPI. And especially with, that was a great point also about the security officers. I've had, police in the building, they can't do anything. When we have a student who's out of control or some situation like that, they can't do anything. We are doing the CPI, and if we're not trained, we're not doing anything. So, yeah, that's a lot of good points there.
To your
workforce people. I think with our employees, we can get the training, but it's really up to us if we want to act on it. But the training is provided though, but even fire safety, we can get the training on how to use a fire extinguisher, but it's really up to the individual if they want to fight the fire or get away.
It's true.
On that note, I know that there's a lot of different type of learners, visual, auditory, kinesthetic learners, and I think for people like me, I would rather go through like a simulated drill to learn. I mean, because those things have to, you're reacting to situations, especially when it's an emergency or time of crisis. You have to be able to react and not think about, okay, let's see, what did they say on the PowerPoint? Like, was it one, what was number one? What are we supposed to do? I mean, those things. And we can never anticipate emergencies or crisis or things happening. I mean, and I think that even if it's a small drill, not necessarily including everybody, but it should be enough that my recommendation is that if we do drills, make them good drills, not just, make them good teaching, subjects, or make sure that you're teaching the people what to do in terms of the different areas, not just going through a checklist. I mean, make it where people are interested in it and are going to use the information that you're teaching on, instead of just reciting stuff, because those sometimes they don't really mesh very well in the real world. So that's just my recommendation. And I long day, a lot of stuff, so apologize for the stumbling.
Ms. George.
Thank you. Just a suggestion for those staff who don't want to do CPR training, you guys can also do hands-only CPR, which they will not get a CPR certificate. It's just hands-only CPR. There's no mouth-to-mouth, and you can do that training as well for staff who don't want to actually do the CPR training. And for the incident command system, can we get a report of how many staff have taken the FEMA requirements for 100, 200, 400, so on, active shooter, hide, fight, and flight training, and then for their, like you said, the reunification for some students who are walking off campus, or they leave campus in a crisis situation, not just walking off, but in a crisis situation. And I think that we can get the hide, fight, and flight training sooner, Mr. Carlson, and then the active shooter, once after September, like pretty quickly. But I think the hide, fight, and flight is a lot easier. And if Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Ms. George.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Go ahead. And I think this is the time to make sure, I know that everybody's sort of redoubled their efforts, not just because of board suggestions, because of obviously recent events. We talked about what happened during COVID, and that's a real thing. We did sort of step back, but now that COVID is hopefully going away soon, but we have had a horrible incident not that far away that's made everybody kind of remember, look, this is utmost importance right now. We need to make sure we have all the adequate training. all the proper training and do it as timely as possible.
Yeah, and if we can, when they schedule these tabletops or exercises, that they're, the tabletops especially, that they're done in like just any time, not when the principal is there in the building on Monday and Tuesday, but because they have to realize that if the principal is gone and a situation happens, who's the next in line that takes place and how is it going to work out? And then, you know, also if the kids are at lunchtime, that's probably a good time to see how your reaction is and your accountability for reunification and such. You know, it's just not while they're sitting in the classroom, okay, we're going to do it at 8:30 or 9:30. It's because a situation, we never know when it's going to happen. And I know that you guys run into that sometimes, scheduling those things, and some people are like, well, I'm not ready for it. You got to let me know and stuff, and that's not real life. And I just want to give a compliment to you, Mr. Griego, for your homework. I'm really impressed. You went back and you did your homework, and you brought out a lot of stuff, and the questions that I asked you, you were able to answer it. And Mr. Verhos, you guys collaborating, but I would like to see more of the training sooner rather than further out, and more of, like you said, the school safety plans, necessities coming out more, because those are all the living documents that I had talked about the last board meeting. But I just really want to give you a compliment for stepping up and really presenting. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Secretary George.
Ms. Aspas?
Yeah, I want to follow Ms. George and say thank you. You know, it's a lot. I realize that, you know, and it's ever, you know, changing. And I wish we didn't have to worry about these things. And I wish, you know, the Navajo Nation, the police had a better response. And you know, those are things that we deal with. Other districts, they don't have those issues, but you know, our kids are very important. And again, I have to say that we know those things. We know what we face, but we're gonna have to ask ourselves, you know, if we may need to expand, you know, and what that entails, what that means, you know. I think it's just, it's coming. And, but I do appreciate both of you. And again, I know that the questions and what we ask for, God forbid that we have to ever use them, but at least we're proactive on it. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya?
One last question from me on this topic, to either of the two of you. Would either of you, I know what the answer is going to be rhetorical, but I feel the need to say it anyway. Would either of you purposely disregard the safety of these kids or anybody in this district, for that matter?
No, that would never come from me. Safety is my number one priority. It's been safety pretty much my whole entire career as a police officer, and I want to continue that here at the school district and improve the school district to be better, so we don't have incidents, or like Ms. Aspa said, we're proactive to try to prevent these incidents from occurring at our school sites.
I appreciate that, because I see that and from the perspective of not just doing regarding our current circumstances. And the unfortunate aspect of the circumstances is that it takes very serious people to do a very serious job that is ever changing. And again, that the fact that you guys are on top of it, from my perspective, from what I've seen and heard, and I know it's very easy to reach back 5-10 years and then use those as questions. And but specific to where we are and what we're doing, I appreciate the two of you and what you're doing in that respect. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is armed security.
Board President, that's not the end of their presentation. That's the first half.
It can be.
Mr. Verhulst has some COVID information
We
for
wanted
us.
to make sure that we went over some of the COVID-19 protocols with you guys as well. I promise we'll be brief on this. And so you guys looking at the slides right there, we want to continue to stay committed to the excellence and the customer service for our schools and our support programs, right? As we create the positive and safe, healthy environments for learning. And we started that a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, to make sure that we hound about being honest, right? It's very important that we allow our employees and we encourage our employees to be honest, so they will report, because their decisions will directly and can directly affect their coworkers, their family, their extended family, and so forth. And as we've seen, we provide trainings and we go over techniques at the school site level, but we want our employees to make sure that they're bringing that home and talking about it with their families and sharing that knowledge and that learning, right? So we wanted to make sure that we talk to you guys about that. That's one of our messages that we get out to the employees, because we want to encourage them to tell, hey, I don't feel well. Because sometimes they may feel like, if I call in sick, I'm going to get in trouble. Or for whatever reason, they may have that effect, right? So we want to make sure that we're encouraging them to go ahead and say, no, I'm going to call and I'm going to report saying I don't feel well. Or I have a family member that's not feeling well. What do I do? Because now we're encouraging them to ask those questions, to reach out to our staff, to reach out to the COVID-19 task force, to reach out to their supervisors and ask them those questions, right? So when we move through this and we do that all staff are required to self-screen for COVID-19 symptoms prior to coming onto the facilities, okay? We do have the school information app, okay? And so with that, the smartphone, the self-screening on that, before coming to work, if you are not experiencing any symptoms, you can proceed, but we understand that, what if you don't have a smartphone? What if you don't have that access, right? You're still gonna self-screen at home, you know what I mean? And then you don't have any symptoms, you're gonna report to your school site, and then you can fill out the access form and move forward from there, and then utilize the desktop, once you're able to proceed, then you can move forward going that direction. So we're helping the employees out that if they don't have a cell phone, okay, we're encouraging them and we're training them, teaching them about the symptoms. Do they have any of these things? No, they don't. They proceed to campus. They fill out that access form. And let's say they don't have a desktop. We take handwritten. They can write it out by hand. We're going to make sure that we give every possible option to our employees so they can report on this, and make sure that they're being documented and working with their site administrators or their supervisors. So as we continue moving on with that, the building administrators are expected to monitor the school information app and get the alerts from that. Sometimes mistakes happen, right? How many times utilizing the school app did you accidentally say yes to the question you didn't really mean to? Well, now you're talking to your site administrator, your supervisor, saying, oh, I made a boo-boo. I'm sorry, I'm feeling well. I'm still going to report the work. Here's the mistake. And we work through that process, right? So building that relationship with the administrators and the supervisors and all the staff working collectively together. Once we've identified something that okay, now we do have a positive case, or we need to look into this further, then we'll go ahead and activate the steps for the investigation. So wanted to make sure that we're screening during school hours only. That's when we're going to be doing our screening purposes. So Ccsd follows the New Mexico Toolkit and also the Navajo Nation Health Order, due to the majority of our schools being out there out on the Navajo reservation, right? So it's a dual role that we're doing, being respectful on both ends of that. But right now, just to give you guys just an update, currently there's only the difference between the two orders right now on the Navajo Nation, they require everyone to wear a face mask, right, in public. Whereas the schools here currently right now in the Kirtland areas are not required to do that. But also, out on our reservation schools, the other difference for that is that when we're talking about indoor activities within the schools or outdoor activities on school property, the indoor activities is cut by 50%. Okay, so if the capacity in round numbers is 1,000, we cut that in half. Only 500 people shall attend that particular outing, right? And so we're well under the activities that we have of those to make sure that we're in compliance and we're following both of those orders. And then the outdoor activities, it's 75% of that, right? For those activities. So right now, those are the two differences that we're talking about. And then also, we wanted to make sure that we shot out a yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Could use a microphone.
So you're saying the 50%, and was this, or the guidelines now for Navajo Nation, is that because of monkeypox? Or, so you are saying 50%, so how did we get away with graduation with a full auditorium?
The actual levels of that?
No, you were saying that big,
The-
in big events, big gatherings?
Correct, on the
It's-
inside are 50%.
Yes. So, we didn't do that with graduation at both places, you know, and, you know, in all fairness, we didn't have a full auditorium as we usually do, but, you know, but I don't remember restricting it to 50.
The steps that we put in place for that, ma'am, we restricted the amount of tickets that were handed out for that event. So every student that graduated, ma'am, they were given X amount of tickets, and then that could total. That was the only amount of family members that they could bring to that event, and then they were checked in at the door. So that was one protective measure that we tried to make sure that we instilled for the district. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So we wanted to make sure that we thanked all of our Ccsd staff for their honesty throughout the year and continuing that positive energy and that positive mindset coming in to our upcoming school year to move forward with the implementation. And by implementing strong, solid policies and procedures for the COVID-19 safe practices and everybody involved with that, all the team members and the meetings that we have with all of our groups coming together, our cases are very low. You know, and that's a shout out. That's a shout out to understanding our policies and procedures. That's a shout out for our employees that come in the mornings and do their check-ins and talking with their staff and talking with HR and reaching out to HR on multiple levels when it comes down to other family members and so forth. So we just wanted to make sure that we let everybody know we appreciate them. And then we wanted to touch bases on, there were concerns, the board, you guys had some concerns that you wanted, that you brought up. We wanted to make sure that we address those. There are some reasons why an employee may be at work with being positive COVID-19, right? They could be asymptomatic. They may be fully vaccinated and aren't displaying any symptoms because the incubation period for that, right, is 2 to 3 days. That is a factor. It definitely is a contributing factor for that prior to the onset of symptoms. Maybe some employees refuse to ID their symptoms as COVIDs, or they who likes to play medical doctor and go to WebMD and try to diagnose themselves, right? They may misdiagnose that as, oh, I thought it was just allergies. I have a chronic hack or a chronic, I always blow my nose during the summertime because of allergies or this, that, and the other. So what's important is that once they talk to their supervisor and that our staff or that we've learned of this, we immediately take action, a corrective action, and start that process of, okay, now we have a positive case, it's identified, what do we do now? Okay, this is what we need to do. This is our following our steps. We need to make sure that we report it to our supervisor. We need to make sure that we're filling out the COVID-19 forms and getting that information down on paper and moving it through the process. And if we look at that and totality as a district and the amount of employees that we have and students that we have, they can do 10,000 things right? Throughout any given day or any given month. And when we're looking at our data and everything, when we're having our meetings and stuff like that, we do have a small percentage. Can we get better at the reporting of this? Absolutely we can. Is there room for improvement? There's room for improvement in every agency, including CCSD. I don't care if you're a professional athlete or not. Yeah, can we grow in those aspects of that reporting? You bet. And making sure that we're following up with that with our employees. So I just wanted to make sure that we talked about that and talked about the instances where people they're not waking up and saying, I want to make a mistake today. You know, they really aren't. They want to do good. They want to come to work. They want to provide for their family. They want to provide that positive learning environment. And then sometimes we have to encourage them and move them in the direction and say, okay, yes, we sent out the emails, but I want to walk this through one more time and making sure that we're extending that olive branch to the employees and educating them, right? Also, when we contact our supervisors for the COVID email link, report positive cases for the symptoms related to staff and students. Site administrators are to consult with their health office team and of any concerns and questions. We're in constant contact with all site administrators, the entire HR department, the human resource department, Miss Amanda's department, David. We field a ton of phone calls, and we'll never turn those phone calls away. If we don't know the answer, we're always going to refer to the New Mexico Toolkit, and we're gonna talk through that, and we're gonna talk through that with the employees for that. So. You know, the school site app that we have for number 8, you know, at the work site, all personnel will display their school site info app for the building administrators. This is done on a daily basis. They expire every 12 hours and need to be filled out daily before it. We also have all the information on the website with the school information app too. We teach that during employee orientation. For all of our new employees, we make sure that they can get that set up, but we also make sure that we're providing the other available tools for the employees if they don't have those options. So I want to make sure that we're touching bases on those forms and our processes for CCSD. So the New Mexico Toolkit revisions for 2022, I think some of the big takeaways is that we follow and continue the New Mexico PED Toolkit for COVID-19 safe practices. When we do have an update to that or when the next update comes out, we will post those and we will highlight areas and send out an email to the staff and to the supervisors as those become available. We continue to require the face mask for CCSD property. Anybody that's on CCSD property and located on the Navajo reservation, we're still encouraging the social distancing. None of that stuff. We've learned this, right? We're still encouraging it. We're not going to let that fall by the wayside because, as you can see, we've peaked. 2 weeks ago, we hit a huge peak in our area, statewide too, right? Now, when you look at the numbers, when you go to the websites, we're seeing a deceleration, a lowering trend of daily reported cases, which is a good thing, right? That's positive for our area, right? And then we want to make sure the close contact is 6 feet, more than 15 minutes within a 24-hour period. That's important when we're identifying this as we're moving through an investigation, because that's changed. As you can see early on, a couple years ago, it was not 15 minutes, right? There was a lot more, it was very more restrictive, less time frame. So we're starting to see that move and making sure that we're fluid with the toolkit, because the toolkit can be more stringent or it can be less stringent, right? Depending on what's going on. And that is making our staff more adaptive to change, right? Being able to move through the changes in the toolkit. So voluntary testing is required. So we're doing all of this stuff within that. For the health offices are being utilized for the COVID-19 testing. The rapid response team for positive cases, we're investigating those and helping site administrators invest those at the school site as well, along with the contact tracing and so forth. We meet, our COVID-19 task force, we meet every Wednesday, and we discuss trends. We discuss the COVID numbers throughout the state. of New Mexico, the San Juan County numbers, the district numbers, and the Navajo Nation reservation numbers as well. We pay close attention to those trends and what's going on in our communities. Those desktop and those dashboards on the website, all the information's there. You can look at daily rates, you can look at weekly rates, and you can minus that cases from the previous week so you can see your trends. Currently, right now, if you were to go to the website, we are in red. We are at a 15% positivity rate, which is up from 2 weeks ago, which we were trending around 4, and then we were at 6%. I anticipate by looking at the data and the stuff that's coming out in the next week or two, we're going to continue seeing those trends drop. We peaked out at like 2 weeks ago, we were close to 800 or 900 cases a day being reported, and now we're starting to see 700, 600 daily rates. So we're seeing that peak, summertime peak, and then bringing it back down. And so we wanted to make sure that we provided an example in there of what we had talked about and what we document in our meetings for those notes, you guys, for like the week of May 31st through the 7th, right? So looking at those numbers, we were in orange, and then we went to red, right? And then our positive case rate increased 2% from last week, which was 4.2 to 6.2. So we saw that difference. And then we look at the numbers at 10,600 reported cases. This was an increase of 3,900, more than 3,900 cases from the previous week. Then we want to look at what's going on in our district, what's going on in our schools. Are we seeing a higher trend? What do we need to do if we start to see spikes in there? Are we following our safety protocols? Are we following the cleaning protocols? What do we have there? But our trend, when we look at the data and everything that HR is just killing it with their freaking all their Excel sheets and stuff like that, keeping track of everything. We're seeing low numbers, even with Payton and Miss Brown and stuff like that of the reporting. We're doing good. We are doing good, even though we're trending throughout the state, right? We're seeing positive outlooks on that. And I just want to make sure that we also talked about, you know, when there was a meeting, was it last week, David, with the Secretary of Health of New Mexico, right? So the meeting in that, one of the big takeaways during that big meeting that he was talking about of the good news, and this is the Secretary of Health for New Mexico, is half of New Mexicans are available for the treatment of Paxlovid. And that was important that they talked about that, because that was another thing that added to the toolkit to the fight and to help that curve of the spread and being able to fight COVID, right? So not only are we having different types of treatments that are out there in our toolkit, but we also have the vaccines. We have more tests. We're having more data, masks, and that type of stuff. And so that was a really good message across the board for the state. And so we just wanted to say thank you, and we appreciate you guys very much. And if you guys have any questions, please let us know.
Mr. Montoya, did you have a question?
I guess more in a respectful response to the fact that you acknowledge the failings and seen as opportunities to correct and certainly do better at every turn. Knowing that we do not have the ability to control people once they leave the schools and then they come back, but at least our response is very supportive of the conditions and the circumstances that we're facing, and that you guys are doing and the schools are doing what they're supposed to be doing in order to try to mitigate as much as possible any additional spreading. So with that, I just really appreciate the fact that each one and each opportunity to get better that's what you're doing. So thank you.
I want to thank you both for your presentation. Ms. George.
Okay. So thank you for your presentation. So are we, Mr. Carlson, are we still, well, you weren't, can we still provide KN95 mask optional for staff on Navajo Nation who still are required to wear masks on the school campus?
I can tell you the short answer is absolutely yes. I don't know what supplies are at this point, so these gentlemen probably would have a better answer as far as supplies.
Yes, they'll be able to, we can be able to provide that. I know that if we got with Ms. Sheba, we can get you those numbers if you wanted to see what our stock is available at the warehouse. But we want to make sure that we get the message out there. Any staff member that needs this and requests that, we will make sure that we make that happen. If they follow the work order process to order those supplies. If that is not effective, reach out to us personally. We'll find out where the hiccup is and where that disconnect is, and we'll correct it. If we have to hand deliver a box of 50 or 12 or 10 or whatever, we'll make that happen. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. And then I know that visitors are not really filling out the paperwork as they're entering the building and getting their temps taken, so we can get that to be reinstated more. I would appreciate that. And then I know that you stated that there was corrections made during the COVID and of the policies and procedures, but I just wanted to make it known that janitors were getting in trouble for placing a do not enter sign on the doors of offices where there was a positive case for cleaning, because they didn't want everybody to get scared or anything like that. But there was some janitors who got in trouble for that. And so I just want to reiterate that, I don't think that that's going on now, but that was a situation. And then after a person was identified as being positive, cleaning the area with the aerosol spray and going in and wiping down, I didn't see that taking account as well, like right away. And I'm pretty sure that now that the status is lower, I'm pretty sure that you guys are on top of that. And then, taking a temperature, you don't have to have a temperature to have COVID. You could be 97.7, but you could still be positive for COVID. So taking temperatures is really not reliable as well. I just wanted to go back to the COVID, where it says COVID-19 additional information. It says, do not come to work and immediately contact your supervisor. I think we really need to, Mr. Carlson, really implement that. If you have symptoms, you're sick, not just allergies or like a cough from allergies or anything like that, but if you are feeling sick, don't come to work. Because I was in building B not too long ago, and there was a positive case, no mask, and just still kind of not exiting the building right away, but just kind of going everywhere. And it's like, get out of here because you're spreading it. And that was in building B, and that was just a couple of weeks ago. So, I really think that we need to make our staff follow these procedures.
Thank you for that comment. One of the things I really liked about the presentation was when they were talking about doing the right thing and being honest. I tell you that I had to do a little bit of a gut check myself. When I tested positive, everybody knows when I did, it was going to be one of the most important days of my interim superintendency. And I felt fine. I feel good enough to go to work. I don't need to go get tested. And luckily I have somebody in my household who's probably a better person than I am, who said, you can do the right thing, right? And so I went and got tested, of course. I thought maybe I only had allergies. And I can use my own testimonial to let all the staff know, if you don't feel well, get tested. You can miss work. You don't need to get anybody else sick. COVID or anything else, but especially COVID. So yeah, thank you for those comments.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya.
To that point, Superintendent, I truly appreciate the fact that you said that, because it's very easy to fool that thermometer. And it doesn't take much to do it. It really doesn't. So the point of being honest in respects to being diligent to get to work every single day, at what cost and to whom. So I appreciate the fact that you said that, and the points that are being made to those. But again, that's one of those things of the personal responsibility of the individual that either you two gentlemen or the superintendent or the principals have no control over. So that falls on the individuals to be honest with their circumstance. So thank you for that.
Go ahead.
Can we just make sure that we're following through with the surveillance testing for unvaccinated staff? Because that's done each week. Or, I want to make sure that we're following and taking care of those and protecting them because they're not vaccinated.
We are failing in that area, ma'am, plain and simple. And so we've had a meeting last week that we talked about the corrective measures that we can do as a district, and maybe sending out a form letter, an approved form letter to tell all staff how important it is and the seriousness of that. And the whole purpose of that is to stop the spread of COVID within our facilities and taking care of our CCSD family. If they still refuse to do that, we're in talks of what's the next step. So yes, I 100% agree. We can improve upon that by like 100%, 1,000% for sure.
Mr. Carlson, that's thank you for that response. But Mr. Carlson, it's in the New Mexico Toolkit revisions that it is under New Mexico PED requirement that unvaccinated staff will be conducted once a week testing, and we have the surveillance test to stay. I know that's for students, but we have it for the health office now. We have that CLIA waiver, so we need to use the CLIA waiver for that testing and its requirement.
So that's a great point, and that's one of the changes when the testing first came about. And this is some of the difficulty you probably alluded to a little bit. There are folks who are just sort of absconders as far as the whole process, and those folks need to have some sort of consequence. And then there are those folks who, out of the course of 40 weeks, missed a week or two, and sometimes they had thought they had done it or they didn't turn it in. Should the consequences be the same for those two groups of people? So that's one of the things we can do now is to make sure if we have the testing in the schools, we can make sure it happens. So we can go back and correct that now for the future.
I would appreciate that because we require students who are not vaccinated that they have to get their testing, and their parents get a letter sent home requiring them to get tested before they return to school, or they have to bring a test from the hospital stating that they're negative. So if we're putting that mandate on the students, we need to put that mandate still and require our staff who are not vaccinated to follow the New Mexico PED requirements as well. Thank you.
Agreed.
Is there anything else from the board? Ms. Aspis.
So how much update do you get from Navajo Nation? Is it
They have a
every week?
dashboard as well, and so we look at those figures on their dashboard for their numbers that they're reporting for their areas. Also, when you're looking at the New Mexico dashboard for the entire county, when you go to the website, they have a feature a drop-down feature where you can actually go by zip code. So you can actually look up zip codes that are in those areas and see what the frequency is over there as well. Yes.
So on the reservation, do you know where we stand, Shiprock and Nashchidi, Newcomb?
For the current numbers, I can.
Well, not the. I mean, are we like very high, or are we? Is there another place on the reservation that's higher?
No, I mean we're seeing that trend. They're still relatively low. What were the figures, Mr. Grego? We looked at those. We talked. We have our meeting tomorrow. What we'll do is we'll compile that data and we'll make sure that we get that to Mr. Carlson to get to you, so you can see that. And what we can do is we can include last week's meeting so you can compare those numbers and see where we're at too, for sure. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much you update or how much Navajo Nation updates us. And because
They're a little bit behind the state numbers and the county numbers in their reporting, but when they do get that data in there, it's there. It's just it's a little bit more delayed, so to speak, versus the state website. Yes, ma'am. But the numbers are there. They do get there eventually.
Okay, because I came into planning a funeral. The funeral home in Shiprock was saying that they were updated every 10 minutes. Wow. But anyhow, that's what yeah, and I didn't agree and didn't go along, but that's what I'm wondering, how often our district is updated from Navajo Nation guidelines.
Ms. Haskey?
Do you participate in the school leadership meetings? Tuesday? Mr. Carlson?
For the Navajo Nation,
Yes.
I've been in there. I did not go. They did not have one today.
They didn't
They
have
do
one
have one
today, now it's
Tuesday.
every other week. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be next Tuesday, and they do give a whole presentation on the COVID rate across the Navajo Nation. All schools, what the trends are, everything. It's moved to every other week because the numbers are down. So that would be something that I would recommend that you listen in on. It's information that's happening across the Navajo Nation at other school districts. Common, frequent questions, so forth. There's a lot of information that's disseminated from those meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Haskell. I can forward you that, or we can go in together and join.
I'll make sure Mr. Grego attends. Just kidding.
Is that it? Mr. Griego, I think you have, CCSD Safety and Improvement Projects. Is that included in all of this? Is that, we go through that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How far down? Okay.
Thank you.
Not so fast.
Although that was a very hard act to follow. I'm just going to throw all the hard stuff to them. So I'm here tonight to present our RFP on the bid for the security that we evaluated. And so our choice was Allied Universal, and the reasons why it's high quality and their employee training program is very successful and exceeds our expectations. They have an aggressive timeline for implementation, and they're obviously was the most prepared and organized that could fulfill our needs. So we would just ask that we could get approval for this RFP.
Ms. Haskey?
How many bidders were there? How many
Two.
RFPs? Just two. And how long were they out for bid?
They're out for 30 days. Correct. Yes. The procurement is 30 days, and then you do your bid assessment. Neither. The Allied Universal is in Albuquerque. Oh, it is local in, oh, it is in Shiprock, sorry. Mhm. But they're a newer company, and they aren't fully up running. And they didn't, they're still trying to gather employees and.
Yes.
Looking at the two proposals, For State Security is a local company, okay? Do they need some growth time? Yes, they do. Will they be a formidable force come 3 years from now when they're able to help a district of our size? Absolutely. I believe that they'll be very competitive in the future down the road. Currently, at this time, with those two bids that we looked at and how the proposals laid out, Allied Universal being a global company, working with many other school districts, not only for the state of New Mexico, California, and other aspects that they bring to the table, and their training platform and staying up on current trends and events. This was one of those companies that can and are able to fulfill our district needs, even with their aggressive timeline. They have the financial backing to put people and vehicles and that type of infrastructure in place to handle a contract of this size, to make sure that they fit the mold for CCSD and that they're going to take care of our students and our staff. And working closely with finance and looking at this and going through the process, it's just one of those companies at this time, and the people that put in for it, it's the best option for us. Now, downsides. They have satellite offices, right? We know that within their structure that they're going to put in place, they're going to have a direct line of a supervisor for us to contact. What's very important for us as a group, as a community, is that if we're having an issue, we need to be able to contact somebody personally. And one of the things and one of the talking points when we were going through the RFP is that their satellite locations, El Paso and Albuquerque. So they're away, right? They're disconnected. And how much buy-in are we going to have with that? That's another thing. But their plan that they put together and the type of training that they proposed outweighed some of that, because I know that they're going to give us, our group, that point of contact, and that if we're not happy with that, we'll be able to set up meetings, have professional conversations to make corrective actions, we believe at this point in time, to make those necessary changes. That's going to be the best for our district.
Mr. President.
I have a question.
Sir.
If we go with this and we find out that their services are not adequate because we don't have that direct contact, are we able to withdraw that?
That's a great question. We can set up working with finance and looking at the procurement end of things. The RFP can be good for 3 years, or we can do a 1 year and then evaluate at the end of that year and say, yes, we would like to extend that for another year, and then extend that another year. So we would be committed for that year, work out those kinks and see, is this the right company that fits our mold, that fits our communities, that's working well with our students and our staff? And if so, we can extend that out. So we're not going to lock ourselves, we wouldn't lock ourselves into that 3-year deal with this particular contract, just so we know, okay, hey, we have something tangible to hold on to down the road for the negotiations towards the end of the year. Does that make sense, sir?
It does.
I have a question for the President.
Ms. Aspis.
I like the words that you use about locking us in, and I'm very happy that you were honest to talk about that, the cons of the Allied Universal, but I, it's one of those things that I'd like to table and throw back to RFP, because I don't want to lock ourselves in, as you put it. We already see what the problems might be, and we already have that communication problem excuse me, in Noshchidi and Newcomb. And so, and those are the two areas that really need. And then on top of that, I would prefer local, because they're aware, they know the area, and they know what we're up against. And I think that's more important than any other credential, is the culture. And so I right now I don't, I'm just one board member, but I don't like to pick, and would like to table it.
Let me ask you this question first. Your recommendation is Allied Universal?
Yes, sir. Our recommendation as a group. Yes, sir.
And it says here, raw score, that's pretty high, and average score as well. And that's based on what?
A multitude of factors, along with a multiplying factor when it comes down to their actual contract price that they threw out there. And the total of that, do they get deducted points for not being a New Mexico preferred business? Do they? We looked at a multitude of factors, and I'm sure we're allowed to share that information with you guys on what those factors are, and what we graded on.
I would hope you would.
Training was a big factor. Did they work with other schools? What was their actual references, and how many references did they have? You look at the overall concept of the type of proposal that they did put together, and the timeline and the time frame, and how they broke down their figures, and all of that combined. This is obviously the choice for the district, sir.
Ms. Askey.
In terms of the contract, like you stated, that this is an out of area company, either in El Paso or Albuquerque. And from experience, there's a lot of people who think that they can work out in the remote rural areas. I mean, we have staff members who come to Noshchidi or to Newcomb or other neighboring schools and leave after a year or break their contract mid-year. How do they propose to staff the I guess, those positions? Are they planning on bringing people out? Where is that they're going to be housed? I mean, those are the questions that I would ask. Since they're not local, they would have to be bringing people from the outside. So, and I know it's not a question, it's more like a comment. So I have my reservations in regards to also signing a contract. When you think about everything can look really great, fine and dandy. If you're in California and you have all the resources, or in Albuquerque and you have all these resources and technology to support your plans, but when you're in a remote area like Noshchidi or Newcomb, where you have these challenges, keeping people staffed is also a challenge when you have people coming, not from the community, but from outside, coming to live in that area. So that would be something that's kind of worrisome for me. That's something that I was already thinking about when I had read that earlier. So
You had a comment.
Yes. You guys almost seemed like you were in the room with us during the RFP, because these are the concerns that we had. And we went back to the references and we looked at what schools are remote in New Mexico that they were a part of, or what districts, and were they successful in those entities? Were they successful in what they did in other school districts outside of our state? And then the answer would be yes. So we believe that they'll be able to fulfill that. But exploring that further as a group and having another side discussion on that to discuss what we're talking about right now, absolutely. I just want to make sure that it's brought up that we do it, and if I may ask of the board that this is a time sensitive issue. Missing a deadline and then restarting. Let's just say we want to restart the clock and push it back out. Then as a district, we have to look at, okay, how are we going to fulfill the needs of the district at the beginning of the school year? Because we'll start that process over, and then it's another 30 days out. Now we're looking at the first part of August, then we do the review. Then we're in the September prior to trying to get someone in place. There's a multitude of other factors that I know, because you guys know the district more than I do. I've only been here 3 years. That drawing upon that wealth, that there could be a domino effect of what we would have to look at as a district, and providing a service for that down the road. And it is worth sitting down and talking about that more with Mr. Carlson when you deem necessary. I just respectfully request that we understand the sensitivity of that time frame and not missing that window. That's all.
Board President, I have a comment.
Yes, Ms. Hasman.
So, Superintendent, we need to stop this, these time-sensitive things, and, putting that pressure on the board. I believe I stand my ground on this, and just get the process going again.
You're only allowed one. No. Go ahead.
Thank you. So For State, is that currently the company that we are currently with?
No, ma'am. The current company that we had was
E-Security?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure that when we're signing these contracts, these RFPs, that we make sure that the company has actual guard cards, employees established with Santa Fe, because I know some security companies, what they do is they hire and they'll say you can work, and then we'll train you, and then we'll get your guard card in the process. They give them time, but New Mexico State, you have to have a guard card to be representing as a security guard at any level, level 1, level 2, level 3. And so, and then you mentioned that they didn't have a supervisor, correct?
No, ma'am. What we were saying is we know that they're going to bring in their own people, and then the other employees that they bring in, that's a great. We can find that out. Are they going to hire locally? Are they bringing a whole crew in of their 12 employees that are already trained? And those are things that we can definitely we can call them and find those questions out, and we can give that information to Mr. Carlson so you have more data on that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that we are in compliance, because the security guards would have to have a supervisor who also has a guard card established with Santa Fe. We couldn't oversee them without that guard card. And then they already, my other board members here had already brought up the remote areas, it being a culture shock if they bring in outside people. going into Newcomb or Nosh Chitty because they're used to the city and it's so remote out there. So they already covered that part. But and then it said the evaluation of each offers cost proposal. I don't know if we're entitled to look at that cost, Mr. Carlson.
I believe that you have to make an appointment with Christy Walters, and then as a public civilian, go
Well,
in and.
Maybe Mr. Carlson could give that information to us so we know what the bid, because it's a sealed bid it says, so.
Okay, I can check on that for you.
Okay, and then I just also wanted to, it would be good if we could get Mr. Carlson the detailed plans on the support of CCSD for coverage that is needed, and the location across the district as it's stated, right there on the bottom there. It's stated that that's what the RFP is going off of. If we could get a detailed report of the plans of how they are going to provide services for us. And then my last one is just a recommendation, maybe for Newcomb and Nosh Chitty areas, Shiprock. Maybe you guys could reach out to retired Navajo Nation police officers to come and do security on Navajo Nation. I know they can't carry, but I saw the Navajo Nation clause that says businesses and entities like school could do that, so you could look into that for Navajo Nation for armed guards is what it stated.
We can look into that, and we've actually had those conversations about, and I believe retired policemen of any variety, I mean, whether it's from Navajo Nation, state police, San Juan deputies, retired policemen can carry in the appropriate circumstance. But we definitely have had those discussions, and we can continue to look into that. And I believe that those situations would be super beneficial for, especially Newcomb, Nez Chitty, those areas where the response time. Security guards are great to have. They have a presence, but we pretty much employ level 1 security guards who they cannot carry. And so really what is their function? What can they do more than Mr. Principal who was down there who stepped in to do what he could? I mean, so we have to look at those situations and think think outside the box, think what else we can do. So I appreciate that.
And another thing, Mr. Carlson, when we get these security companies coming in and they're working in the schools, especially at the high school and the middle school, can we make sure that their training is very diligent on the relationship that they make with the students, especially in high school and middle school? Those security guards are not their friend and to hang out with and to go buy food on their lunchtime and to let them just hang out and stuff. Those security guards are there in the school to do a duty for safety, and they need to be trained on the protocols of professionalism with the relationships with the students.
Yes, the short answer is yes. Those security guards would also have the training that all employees have had that we've recently given. And there's things in that training that are pretty explicit about relationships with students. They're very specific about what's okay and what's not. And they will have supervisors who are monitoring that, so absolutely.
Board President.
Go ahead.
So to what Ms. George just stated about the about security or even the, what do you call them, the officers in the school? SROs. And after Kirtland's graduation, I have a fellow electrician that's a deputy, and the other two deputies were there. And one thing that he talked about was the relationship between them and the students, and that it's more it's a close relationship to where that if in case anything should happen, in case anything any information is needed, they trust the SRO completely to where they're the first ones they go to. So yeah, we can establish lines but I think what he said made sense to me. And so you want that trust and where that in case there's information and usually it's the students that know already. And in this case too, what happened at the graduation, the staff already knew, and the perpetrator was a known troublemaker and harassed different students, so they already knew, and so I just wanted to add that. To me, it made sense. Thank you.
One more question, maybe. I would assume that you have done your diligence in checking into all of this, and you're personally very comfortable with the decision or the recommendation that you've made.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Our group and working with finance and discussing all of that, they're the ones that can fulfill this for our district needs, absolutely. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here recommending it. Even if there was only 2 companies, in this case it was, if they weren't the right fit we would seek life elsewhere. That's what we would do. We'd go back to the drawing board and we would fix the problem, and we fix it correctly. Right now, that 1-year contract, to be able to extend that for them to prove themselves to us, to prove themselves to the communities that they're going to be representing, and making sure that they're being held accountable. Absolutely, that's at the forefront. If they didn't meet those circumstances, we wouldn't just recommend somebody because we have a time constraint, ma'am. That's not what we would do. It would be like we have to go back to the drawing board, or we do have a plan B in sight. We looked at other options down the road as needed, as Mr. Carlson alluded to, as part of other discussions.
Ms. Asmus.
So I didn't want to go this far, but because I really don't know the names, but the board or the district has been in a situation like this before with the certain security, and it's probably not best to know the name anyway or to say it, but anyhow, what they provided or what they didn't provide was needed at 2 a.m., something like that, and so the situation has been there for our district, and I think, Amanda, you should know, and so and this security was not local, but the superintendent at the time tried to reach out, and there was issues, and so and I think from that point on, that's where we had local security. And what was the one that we currently had, or e-security? So I know those are local, but again, I think again, I stand my ground. Why throw money at this when we already know? And you're saying to give them a chance at 1 year, but I've seen that happen already. And again, I'm just one board member, so but I know that history, and I don't think it's good. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and re-advertise.
I think my comment is what you just said just a few minutes ago in regards to supervising, having a supervisor right there. That's another huge concern, and you by vocalizing having supervision over the security staff, that's a huge thing. Even though it's satellite or remote, how do you supervise somebody or a team or a group through satellite?
Let me make if I misspoke, let me correct that. We know that the security company will provide a supervisors that will be on site for that. What we were working with is we have a satellite company. Their headquarters are located hours away. We know that they're going to provide that through the contract, that they will have that. Working with a local company like we have talked about, we'd had direct access to the owner of that, right? Do we foresee us having the direct access to that higher up, or their, let's just say if they call them the director of their operations or the head of operations for their Southwest region or whatever? We will cultivate that relationship so we have that for that particular head for us. So that was a concern because they're satellite, but let me correct that they will have supervisors here on the local level that we can deal with. If we had to go beyond that and work with them on other external issues or stuff that we're seeing that's a larger problem, that's where we need to develop those relationships with that company. And do we have those right now? No, because we're still in that beginning stages of the contract, right? And negotiating that and approving that process and so forth. Have they been receptive to us on our needs when we've had our finance department contact them and negotiate and lower stuff already from that price, from the process that we have been a part of? I don't want to break any procurement procedures, but were they receptive to our district and our needs in that? Yes, they were. Are you allowed to be privy to that information? I can't speak to that, but I know that Mr. Carlson can find out through the finance department of what they're allowed to do that, but they were receptive to our needs when the finance reached back out to them for the minimal negotiations that we wanted to cut from their bid. So we know that they'll work with us already. So that's a good sign as well.
Ms. Haskins.
And then, that was loud. And then your previous statement in regards to looking at other rural communities. Navajo Nation is its own type of community. We have our own sovereign land and our own laws that govern also. What I'm leaning towards is what Secretary George had mentioned in regards to reaching out to local law enforcement, retired local law enforcement, because some of those issues, I mean, that sounds really great and dandy right now, like it really does, but the hard truth is it really is difficult to retain people around or near the Navajo Nation because of how sparse it is with the markets, with stores and so forth. I mean, it's just, you have Newcomb and you have one store right there in Burnham, and you still have to travel. You don't have those local conveniences. And then with Wi-Fi, people are connected to their cell phones. I lost my cell phone for 3 days, 4 days. It was terrible, I can tell you that. And imagine people coming out there and not having those resources either. So I have huge reservations in regard to agreeing to this at this point. And I would also say, look at other options thoroughly. I mean, because this is our children's safety. I don't want to make
hasty decisions just because we're on a deadline. I want to do the right thing, make the best choice, and use local people because, like Ms. Aspis stated, we have emergencies and they do come up. We can't plan for emergencies and we can't plan the time or dates of the emergencies. And when they come up late in the middle of the night, people have to react. And having local people, knowing the areas, knowing people, knowing the community, would be able to help in just like the missing child aspect, help with gathering people. So I also do have my reservations on using a company. The closest that they can get is to Albuquerque. I mean, so that's, and again, I'm also just one board member.
Any further comments, questions?
So, Board President, I'd like to, when we come to the action part of it, I'd like to hold this and for discussion and vote. Or we can table it right now.
Well, let's do that later on when we get to that point. Number E, RFP 2022 OPT 105, propane services by Candace Thompson.
Thank you, President Wells. On behalf of Ms. Director Thompson, she asked me to go ahead and present this for her because she's not able to attend tonight's meeting. President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Director Thompson asked me to present the RFP bid evaluation results. The bid was advertised on May 2nd, 2022. The opening of the bids and everything happened on June 8th, 2022. That's when the evaluators got together, and there was two proposed bids at the time: Arrowhead and Suburban Propane. The recommendation was given during the time to award the bid to Arrowhead Propane. So what we are requesting is that the CCSD board give approval to the interim superintendent to sign the contract and award Arrowhead Propane the services based off of the results that occurred during the RFP process. Some of the things to look at or highlights to look at were the propane was a local propane company. They are also familiar with the CCS district as well. The installation and replacement and repairs are also included within the cost proposal. And also there was a number of qualified people that were available to provide services to the district as well too. So it is a recommendation of the evaluation committee to award the bid to Arrowhead Propane, and again, there's a raw score stated there. Suburban Propane was not able to meet all the mandatory requirements during the bid proposal, so that the evaluators did not give them a score during that time. Is there any questions relating to this particular RFP process?
First. You say Arrowhead Propane is local?
Based off of the information that's on the report here, that's what it says here. And when the RFP was presented, it was considered local with respect to being a business in New Mexico.
So other than that, we don't know who they are.
I'm sorry?
Other than that, we don't know who they are.
I believe the district already works with them already. They've been doing business with Arrowhead Propane, has been providing propane services to the district.
Anybody here know who Arrowhead Propane is? I'm not familiar with them. No? Anybody in the audience can fill us in?
I'm just going right here, number 1, the proposed highlight. It says local propane company. And then up on top, it talks about familiarity.
Yeah, I read that. I was just wondering if anybody knew who they were, other than.
So I'm just presenting this in her absence, so.
Okay.
So I guess I'm confused because it says Suburban Propane. The vendor's proposal was not responsive to the mandatory requirements of this solicitation. So does that mean that we only sent out contracts or proposal or to RFPs to just those 2 vendors? Is that how we solicit?
So the RFPs, Vice President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, to my understanding, the RFPs are posted on the district website as well as, I believe we have to post them I think we have to post them as well with the newspaper too. So we have to have them open at least a month. So this one was open from May 2nd, and the deadline to have everything into the procurement office was June 7th, 2022.
On that note, it says, if you go back down, it says that they didn't respond to the solicitation. The vendor's proposal was not responsive to the mandatory requirements of the solicitation. So the wording, to me, sounds like we sent the proposal to them and we're waiting for them to respond to see if they would send in a proposal, not advertising it like the way it's supposed to be done. It sounds like we sent it to Arrowhead, we sent it to Suburban Propane, and that's all we sent it to those 2 vendors, and one responded, one didn't. So can we get clarification on that? Because the way it reads, the way I'm reading it, is that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. Maybe we are doing that, but the way that reads, it sounds like we sent it to them and said, hey, submit your proposal. And if it's being advertised in the paper, on the district website, then we shouldn't be singling out vendors for those things. That was just my comment.
Thank you. I'm going to have to get with Director Thompson as well as Ms. Walter to see.
Director Thompson is available. I don't know if I think she's probably just listening. I don't know if she has the link. Okay. I could perhaps call her and she can answer the question. Is that a legal thing to do?
Mr. President. Sir,
Hey, I don't want to mess up on the board. Yes, sir.
The way that I understand this, Vice President Haskey, is that particular vendor didn't meet the requirements of New Mexico's requirement. They weren't responsive to that.
She's going to get on Zoom.
Right.
Mr. President.
Yes.
She needs to be let in.
Those proposals are all public. Everybody has an opportunity to submit.
Right.
Or not to submit.
Right.
It's not the responsibility of the district. I'm presuming that we go to the vendors to give them and ask and solicit. It's done in a general fashion. Would that be correct, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, that's correct. And so,
It would be, excuse me, it would be highly illegal to go to a vendor and say, hey, give me a bid.
That's my point, is to say that it's incumbent upon them to submit the proper paperwork in the proper time, in the proper manner and fashion in order to qualify for the bid. Thank you.
If it was put out in the paper and posted for 30 days, like I say, this what's written on there says the vendor's proposal. That sounds like they made the proposal, but that there was a portion of that that is mandatory, a mandatory requirement that they did not provide.
Absolutely, and that's
Or
what
were
I
not
read. It did not
responsive to.
suffice the requirements.
Hence, asking for clarification.
Yes, Ms. Asper.
You might write down the question to Candace, is if this, the cost, is it,
You may.
what would you call, is it locked in, right? I think we were locked in with, who was the prior service? Propane service supplier.
Board Member Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. To my understanding, this is what I asked Candace, who is Director Thompson. My apologies. We have been, the district has been using Arrowhead propane.
Okay,
for the last.
because I can't remember if it was, which one it was, if it was propane or fuel that was locked in at a price, and if we're continuing that. So that would be my question.
I believe Ms. Thompson is on now, and so hopefully she can respond to the question from Vice President Haskey.
Good evening, board members, board president, Superintendent Carlson. Can you please repeat the question?
Candace, I was wondering on this propane, was it propane or fuel that's locked in at a certain price?
Board president, board member Aspis, you are correct in that. Our propane has been locked in at a rate with the vendor Arrowhead propane. And I believe that contract was awarded before I came to the district, and it is just now come up for renewal again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, board member Aspis.
Ms. Thompson, this is Vice President Haskey. I just wanted clarification on the verbiage under suburban propane. The vendor's proposal was not responsive to the mandatory requirement of
Two, when they submit that bid or RFP to us, they did not fill out the packet. So we could not evaluate their proposal to us because they had not fulfilled the commitment of filling out the packet per the instructions that were given.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Item F, update on land lease for Sabatine Middle School. Ms. Chappelle?
Good evening, Board President, board members. Unfortunately, on this, this really needs to be an executive session. And so my recommendation is that we put this in executive session at the next meeting.
Move to executive session. Item G, RFP 2022 ADM 103, external audit service by Donovan Yazzie.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board.
You just thought you were leaving.
What's that?
You just thought you were leaving.
Oh, get a bite to eat. Just something really quick. Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson. So we are presenting the RFP evaluation results for an external auditing service. We originally presented this to the board on May 17, 2022. During this meeting, the board requested to provide statutes relating to the RFP. We met with Mr. Carlson, our district's procurement chief procurement officer, and I met with Mr. Carlson on May 31st to review with him the actual information. I believe it's on the pages number 3 and 4. So I believe during this initial presentation to the board on May 17th, we presented the information. During the evaluation process, the evaluators for this recommended to award the bid to Hinkle and Landers based off of the criteria presented to the on the opening of the bid, which was done on May 13, 2022. So here's what we found out. We actually talked with 2 other CPOs, certified procurement officers, as well as reached out to the Office of State Auditors and spoke to the head procurement officer with them too. This is the information they gave back to us. So to be in accordance with the procurement code, there's 3 options relating to RFPs once they are presented to the board. These were some of the, so one of the option number 1 is to have the superintendent, to have the board approve and authorize to the superintendent to complete the contract and process. to be in compliance with the procurement code, and they did give us a case law relating to this particular situation. And that's going to be discussed in the second, after I review option number 1, 2, and 3. So number 2, the other option the board has with evaluation results and recommendations is to request for additional information in regards to the questions they have about the evaluation process, but may not review any proposals to keep the integrity of the RFP process. So I believe the last board meeting, the board elected to table it and requested for additional information. That's what we're providing at this meeting today. And also, the other option is to just cancel the procurement altogether, and then we'll start again from square one. So those are the 3 options that were recommended from the Office of the State Auditors when we reached out to them.
Ms. Aspis.
So can we have our board attorney on? Is Jermaine still?
Jermaine should be on because she's got another item.
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here. My apologies.
Okay, are you following this presentation? It's concerning the auditors, the RFP for auditors.
I am listening, yes, ma'am.
So what was read was in accordance to procurement code requirements. And I guess this was a directive given to you, Mr.
It was
Yazzie?
a recommendation from the Office of State Auditors.
Of the state auditors. The way I look at it is to bypass the board. Number 1 was approve and authorize the superintendent to complete the contract process in compliance with case law under New Mexico, NMSA 13-1-114. And then they provide a case, planning and design solutions versus City of Santa Fe. And then number 2, request for additional information in regards to questions they may have in the evaluation process, but not review any proposals to keep integrity of the RFP. 3 is to cancel the procurement altogether. So what we were asking, and the way the RFP comes to us, and with the letter, the heading, it's in the first paragraph, it says, requesting the CCSD governing board for approval to authorize. And if you look at all the RFPs, that's what it asks, that's what it states in the opening paragraph. So this being our purse and how we want to spend our money, we have that right. And so the way I look at the situation now is that in order to bypass the board, to authorize the superintendent, or for the board to authorize the superintendent. And what say you, board attorney?
Board President and board members and board member Aspis, I don't know the intentionality here, but I do think it's absolutely clear with respect to the state statute and also board policy that RFPs have to come in front of the board for ultimate approval. I am wondering, Ms. Ray, do you mind scrolling back up to that first page? Or, I'm sorry, the page where it gave those 3 options. It's possible that, I mean, in most cases, the head of the agency, it would go in front of the head of the agency. So it's very possible that whoever put this together didn't factor in the public school code. I don't know that on the intentionality, but I do agree with you, Board Member Aspis, and the concerns you raised. I don't think there's any way to get around that. So I think that the advice in number 1 is problematic.
Ms. Askey.
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am.
There was another issue that that came up during that process from when we were considering the RFP, that Hinkle and Lander is our current auditing firm, and best practices is that we, as a school board, as a school district, should switch out for every 3 years. And so that was the discussion that was made at that time.
Vice President Husky, I do recall that conversation.
So would that make any difference in regards to how we approach this situation?
When I heard the conversation at a previous board meeting, I understand the need to switch them out because you want to make sure that you've got kind of independent view on that, and so I understand that component and that aspect. I have not, Vice President Husky, had the opportunity to look at this as a package, so I'm a little reluctant to give on the spot legal advice, especially in open meeting. But I can definitely understand the concerns you all are raising and the potential to have further analysis on this.
So I understand what we're putting you, the position we're putting you in now, but you are a lawyer. So with, well, there was that with the Hinkle and Landers, that's what came up during this process that to go with. But again, they've already done their three years, so with a different, and the other was not local, and where it left one firm that is local. And is it right for the board to pick from that RFP, or do we say go back and redo it?
Board Member Aspis and board members, I would want to be very careful to go back and make sure we understand the process. And so I, more than anything else, if the board has significant concern in this, my recommendation would be to press pause, to go back and make sure that we all fully understand what the process is, where we are in the process, and what the options are. We wouldn't want to unnecessarily create reason for a protest by not following the process. So that would be my recommendation right now,
Right.
Board President, board members.
So that's what I'm getting at. I think we can't just state, the other firm. So out of the whole RFP, the integrity of RFP processes, that we'd have to say go back and redo it. And is that correct? So canceling
and my
this.
apologies, board member Aspis and board members, yes, you have that option to request that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya.
So if there's a reevaluation of the RFP in regards to the two that submitted for the services, and because one was timed out and they had 3 years, and they scored higher again above the second filer for the RFP. And if the board redid that again with the consideration because the other was local, isn't that to some degree a manipulation of the process in and of itself for the reevaluation, especially when you had an audit committee go through and give their recommendation to that RFP? Again, I'm just asking the question in that regard so we can have some clarity as we approach this. And again, I think the main question was, could the board not accept the recommendation for that contractor? Thank you.
Board President, would you like me to respond to that?
If you would, please.
Yes, sir. Board members, Board Member Montoya, I understand the point you're raising, and the first pause that I had was the advice on this bullet here in number 1. And so I think while the superintendent has the authority to complete the contract process, probably what we need in here is an additional bullet that indicates that obviously what the board's role is. So while 1 isn't entirely incorrect, it is leaving out the role of the board. And Board Member Montoya, just to be clear in what I'm saying, I'm not necessarily saying you go back to the original RFP. You have several options. Like you all just discussed in the previous example or RFP, you can go back and ask questions and have those questions brought forward. You can potentially decide to cancel the RFP and start over. But what I'm stressing very strongly is that no matter what you do, what the board ultimately decides, that you make sure that we're following the procurement process very closely, so that all of the respondents in the procurement are treated the same and fairly in that process.
Board President, I have a comment.
Saspis.
So with this situation, I just wonder why RFP included, I don't know where we can find that where they've timed out Hinkle and Landers, and then why were they considered again? If they, I mean, whoever runs the RFP process, why would you put in one that's already timed out, that's already completed 3 years, and so it's, I think that's the position that the board's put in now, and yeah.
Board President, just to respond to the point Ms. Aspis, I apologize, is bringing up, is that when you fashion the scope of the RFP, the district has the ability to write into that scope if they want to follow the best practice that Board Member Aspis just discussed. My understanding is that it's a best practice, not necessarily a requirement. And if it's the board's decision and preference to follow that best practice, then my recommendation would be to start over with that best practice in the scope of the RFP. And I haven't seen the original RFP, board members, so I don't know if it was in there or not, is a limitation that I have in this conversation.
Thank you, Jermaine. I want to make a statement here, Mr. Yazzie. When this was presented to us before, several of us voiced our opinions that one of these accounting firms was out of state, one of them was in Albuquerque, and one of them was local. My opinion was that because our tax base is local, if we can use contractors that are local, we benefit the community as well as the school district. Now, this this proposal by the second vendor here is less than what as I recall, pretty close to $10,000 a year. And over a 3-year period, that's $30,000. That's a considerable amount of money in my eyes, and we discussed that. And then we come back with this proposal that completely negates what we had discussed and expressed as our preference. So I think we're going to withdraw this one. We'll table this one too, and see what the legalities are in the RFP, if we can indeed go over the recommendations of the committee as a school board, and because aside from those two issues, the best practice, as Ms. Haskey pointed out, is that you use a different vendor after 3 years, or a different contractor after 3 years. A new set of eyes, I think, was what was discussed. A new set of eyes to look at the same financial figures, finds things that someone else may overlook. And I believe that was the issue. Those three things were the issue that we discussed, that we were not happy with that proposal that you made. So I think we're not going to accept that at this time. We're going to table that one as well.
Superintendent, permission to speak.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So I just want to let everyone know that we did do our due diligence as a procurement office to speak with the necessary parties. We spoke with the Office of the State Auditors. We also spoke with 2 other chief procurement officers, and this was their recommendation. We did also meet with Superintendent Carlson on May 31st, and we did let him know the legalities, and we did give him this document that we shared with you. And our recommendation during that meeting with Superintendent Carlson was to also get with the board and discuss with you as well too. So I just need to do my due diligence in a sense. This was the information that was given to us by the Office of State Auditors. The procurement process was followed. And so those 3 options that are given, there was a case law that they presented to us. This City of Santa Fe, the board elected in that situation, to my understanding, elected to give the bid to someone else and reject the proposal that was presented in the procurement. evaluation. Also, if the board elects to table it, we do have a June 30th fiscal year end deadline that we do have to meet, as well as meeting to make sure everything's done with the auditing firm or with our auditors by November 15th. Those are also highlighted in this documentation, and the board does have the option to cancel procurement altogether. I'm just going to let you know that it could result in a potential to not meet the deadlines that we are given. And the auditors, when we request for proposal, the Office of the State Auditors release to the district which auditing firms we can use that are approved by the state, and those are usually released in February or March, and this year we got them late. And so this is, in a sense, we're just giving you the information that when we offer these bids to when we put out for the bid, we can only take bids for those organizations or companies that are approved by the state too. So we are given only a limited time frame when the information is public from the Office of State Auditors. So I'm just letting you know that.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
in regards to the audit process itself, there was a committee that reviewed that and made that recommendation, correct?
Correct.
All right, just clarity. Thank you.
Any other questions? No, the contract has not been awarded. We're waiting for the board to give the superintendent authority to approve the contract. Oh, for the case law, yes, the board chose to elect to award the contract to the fourth entity. I think that's what it's written on there, instead of going with the proposal that was done by the evaluation committee.
Ms. Haskey.
I was on that RFP committee, and throughout the whole process, we were not told that Hinkle and Lander were our current auditing firm. That information was excluded. So as a person who worked in compliance, that would have been one of the things that I would have looked for, was best practice in switching out. If I had known Hinkle and Lander were our current auditing firm, then I would not. That would have been a red flag for me at that point. So, just as the person on the RFP committee.
Thank you. I believe we did disclose to Mr. Carlson as well that when we reached out to the Office of State Auditors, he said 6 years.
Board President and board members, I have pulled up the case that was cited. The issues that were in that case are different than the issues that are in front of you right now. So I can kind of walk through that real quick, although we are having legal advice being stated in open session. So my preference would be that if we need to discuss this further, that we move it to executive session.
I think we need to discuss it further.
In the two circumstances that the school kept an auditing firm was when the school got disclaimers, when the financial records were missing, or a lot of information was missing. That's the only time in compliance, that the schools kept an auditing firm longer than 3 years. But as soon as that 4th year rolled around, it was time to go out for rebidding, in my experience as working in compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie. Go on to the next one. Budget adjustment and journal entry.
Let me go get those, be right back. Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So we have budget adjustments and journal entries. The first one is a transfer bar for Fund 24301. This is to transfer the funds that were allocated for the retention stipends that we presented at the previous board meeting. So we're just moving the funds so that we can disperse those payments here. This is a transfer bar. This is doing the same thing. It's taking the funds to transfer money to pay out the retention stipends for Fund 24308, one of the ESSER accounts. Board Member Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, yes, we presented the first one. This one is the second one, I believe. Or just the last one. Yeah, this one is the last one. This one's a maintenance bar. This is also moving funds as well too, so that we can cover those retention stipends that was presented to the board last during the last board meeting. So that's what all of these three bars are related to there.
So what I have on my screen is the CARES Act.
24301.
Yes.
Yes.
24301. Yeah. Can you go to that one?
Miss Sharon, could you show that 24301 again?
So, can you explain where the retention amount was?
Board Member Aspers, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So if we look at the CARES funds 24301, we had funds sitting in a object code 57311. It was originally allocated to vehicles. We weren't able to purchase the vehicles, so there also is within the application for the CARES funds we have the availability to disperse this to with the board's approval to pay retention stipends. So if we look at, for example, I have instruction. Sharon, if you can go up further, thank you. So for example, you have the 24301 1000 instruction code there. We are putting in for the job class of teachers, grades 1 through 12, we're putting in 181,637 into the account line to pay for those staff members that are classified as teachers. And if you go down, you can see.
And those are the ones that have already turned in a letter and saying they're going to stay?
Correct. So the
So in the CARES Act, does it specifically say or state or stipulate that that money goes to retention teachers, or does it?
It's pretty open, especially the first CARES Act has a lot of possible uses, and that was one of them. That was what we decided to use.
Okay, what about the, so the money that we got for CARES Act was, how was that determined? Was it through employee count, employees?
So how much money we got? That's a good question for Mr. Yazzie. Like, do you mean the amount that we received?
Yeah. How was that determined? How was it, the ones that were working during the pandemic, or is it, I'm wondering, how was that determined?
Board Member Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I believe when we presented the actual retention stipends, the last boarding, it was presented that the employees who are, it was the intent to award stipends to employees who are going to stay with the district. And so that's why in a sense retention stipends for employees who.
No, okay, I understand that part, but how was CARES Act, how that money that came in, how was that decided upon? What information, if they used it, census, teacher count, I don't know. How was that money determined for our district?
Board Member Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, to my understanding, the first set of CARES funds, which is the fund 24301, that was determined based off of Title I. So all of these funds are paid out of federal funds, and they're closely tied with the information that is reported with our Title I application. So the first one was actually, to my understanding, when we got the 24301, we actually got the same amount that was allocated for Title I.
So Title I, how, what kind of information is given to receive Title I?
Board Member Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, to my understanding, the Title I application is based off of student enrollment, and also it's based off of the information that is reported through the Power School system, based on the students' social and economic status and how we are as a district with when students turn in their free and reduced lunch applications, and all the information that's given to us, also as well as the information provided at time of registration to the schools. I believe it ties back to the Native American student enrollment count as well too. So that's kind of how we, in a nutshell, how Title I is allocated to the district.
Okay, because I've gotten some questions in our, some email asking how come, those that didn't stay, that went on or resigned, how come they weren't eligible for the stipend, and they felt like it was because of their employment, and now I'm hearing that no, it's mainly on the students, and so I just want to make that clear and publicly clear so that, you know, it answers that question, so that stipend does go to the ones that are staying. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Item I, presentation of upcoming meeting with the National Impact Indian School Association, Board of Directors regarding impact aid and equalization in Santa Fe. Mr. Montoya?
Thank you. As I stated before, this is just an update in regards to what was asked. I was asked by...
Excuse me, Board President.
Yes, Ms. Aspen.
Situations like this, it's best that you can't wear two hats up here. So he needs to go to the podium and present that.
Thank you, Ms. Aspis, and thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Absolutely. So in regards again to I, presentation of upcoming meeting, as I stated before, and I did have a conversation with the board president regarding the presentation. I was asked by Dr. Gish after one of the national conventions from NISA to work to try to get them some information on how the district was successful with impact aid. And so in conversations, because Ms. Chappelle, the general counsel, was one of the main players in working with the state and the state legislature and the additional districts that are receive that impact aid funding, and her extensive work and knowledge and experience. We worked together to provide an outline for what Dr. Gish was asking in that regards. So what we did is we came up with a agenda, and according to Dr. Gish, on July 7th at 1 p.m., we will be giving their board of directors a presentation on the success of impact aid regarding equalization and how that can be utilized. So from that, a couple of things that we're going to look at is obviously an introduction, a little bit of a succinct history of impact aid in the state of New Mexico, and then further on, public school funding nationally as compared to state public school funding. There's going to be an example of national trends, New Mexico trends, New Mexico specific litigation, and also regarding the Kennedy report findings and New Mexico's response, because what they want to know is how we were successful and what a state could do and the challenges that they would have. And then at the end of that, basically, we're going to give an example of a catastrophic perfect storm creating learning and social emotional gaps for Native American students in New Mexico. So those are some of the things that we're looking at doing in that presentation. It is open to any school board member from the school districts that receive impact aid. This board is invited to attend and take part because they want to know exactly what we can do, how they can do it to be successful. Now, as people know, there's 3 states in this country that still utilize equalization, and that would be Alaska and Kansas. Kansas is currently in the process of going through the legislative process of doing away with equalization. Alaska is one of the last ones standing, along with New Mexico. So the work, and again, the perspective is to do a collective push at the federal level to remove equalization out of the federal language. And again, with this, I have gotten with Dr. Gish, and we're going to condense that for him so we can present it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on July 7th until we are done, basically, with the presentation. And again, all those schools that are federally impacted receiving schools they can attend. And also, we're going to extend the courtesy to the state legislatures in New Mexico that worked very hard and diligently to hopefully invite them to see if they can come in and listen and give their knowledge and what they did and what the efforts entailed. And again, this was a collective effort from the entire state with those schools that receive impact aid funding, and that's what they're wanting to know. So with that, I'll stand for questions if I can answer them. If not, Ms. Chappelle can help me.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I find it, well, I guess federal, they can do anything they want, but we're always talking about state autonomy. How do you get past that?
Federal statute states that they grant the state the opportunity to utilize equalization to take that and disperse it. Again, it's to balance through the SEG, and that's why they were allowed to do it. But again, the 3 states that were doing it, Kansas, New Mexico, and Alaska. You just have to look next door to Arizona. They've been getting their credits since the inception, and you can see the difference. So that's why it's been allowed.
But when that was brought up to Grisham, she just laughed at it, scoffed at it, about
Again,
Arizona, saying it wasn't possible, but it was.
You're absolutely right.
So,
And again, this, Ms. Aspis, this effort again is to try to take that language out of the federal level so it doesn't happen again. That's really where the push is, because if it stays there, it can be used again. Any state can revert back and say that we're going to balance it to their SEGs and distribute it to equalize it. Because, as we all know, equalization was never really equal.
so I have another question.
Yes,
So how do we work all together? I mean, it seems like you pointed out how you and Ms. Chappelle are working on this, but so how does the rest of the board, how do we help in this?
Participation once we get there. They want to hear the voices, they want to hear your concerns, they want to hear what we did collectively. And again, this was, all they were asking from us was the agenda on an outline of what the state did and the districts did collectively to be successful.
Okay.
And again, it's not one individual specifically, it was a collective effort. So they're wanting to know what they can do and how they can do it to, once they start going after at the federal level equalization itself, to remove it, what the possible hurdles might be, could be, and how we respond. We meaning those people that are working together to remove it at the federal level. So again, any of the board members, I've had board members from Taos, Farmington, Bloomfield, Gallup, McKinley County grants are interested in. The more we get, the better off we're going to be. Because the new president of NISA, this is going to be her first audience with Indian impacted schools. She's brand new to the position, and this would be the pristine opportunity to educate her on what we've had to deal with over the last 45 years, since 1975, 47 years. So.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis. Ms. Haskey.
Ms. Haskey. That's a Freudian slip.
So can you send out more information, specific information about the time? Because I would like to attend.
Oh,
I would like to-
absolutely.
Okay.
And again, it was just one of those things, he wanted it condensed. We got to that point to where we can do it succinctly, especially the first portion of it, because there's a lot of people that don't understand the history. We got a little bit of a taste of it when Pecos Regis kind of gave that tribal remedy framework. Mm-hmm. Some of that is built in there. And that's specific, again, to Martinez Yazzie in that case, and how the state responds, or the state collectively in respects to the schools. Now, again, some of that is directly or indirectly affects equalization and impact aid. But again, at the federal level. So you're talking about those statutes in regards to that. But starting tomorrow, I'm going to start, I'll send out a calendar to all the board members And again, to some of the other districts, we'll start making those phone calls and sending out emails and the invitation to show up on the 7th. So,
Perfect, thank you.
welcome. Anything else?
I have
Oh, Miss Asmus.
I was trying to blink my eyes at you, but so is there a way we can push a executive session only? And then also I would like, we didn't have the board retreat, so in that I would like to go over SCG. I think it's good to understand. The last time I went to a breakout session regarding state equalization, way up here, I had no idea what he was talking about. And this was Aguilar. And so I think it'd be something good to be given a little bit more information, you know, on what it means, what it is, and then also to take care of our executive issues. Thank you.
You're not talking about tonight?
No.
Okay.
Can't do it. I understand your point, because I think it would be really good to educate everybody before we go and attend, because in my humble opinion, it is complicated, but it's also been a little convoluted, as it were. Again, that's my opinion.
And then I was, during that breakout session, I was told this was someone else's opinion, their opinion, but it was purposely given into so hard to understand that, so you don't understand. And ever since then, I've always, you know, that's been a big question. I'd like to understand it.
Absolutely. As I stated to Mr. Wells, that this would be a very good opportunity to be educated in respects to what we're facing and what we're dealing with. But again, I think there's more and more support, and there has been. So I think this would be a very good opportunity. And Ms. Chappelle? Follow up.
Sorry, I'm here. My apologies.
Oh, okay. Mr. Wells, if it pleases you, I'm sure we can ask for her guidance and knowledge and to educate the board before.
You mean now?
No, not now. They have a special meeting with the executive session and the like.
Does that mean with your approval, Ms. Chappelle?
There are components of this that we should have an executive session and components that would be an open session for president and board members. The components that deal with the litigation piece,
That
we still
sounds
have
like
one.
that sounds like legal jargon. Does that mean that
I'm
you?
sorry. Okay, I'll start over. We still have one open matter on a protest with the Federal Department of Education that should be discussed in closed session. The rest of it, I believe, could be discussed in open session so that the public could also have the opportunity to hear that information.
I take that as a yes. You would be open for that.
Oh, yes, absolutely, sir. My apologies.
Thank you. That was all I had. Yes, you may, Ms. Askew.
Okay.
Okay, so looking at the timeline, that would have to happen probably next week, right? Because the following
absolutely.
week. Okay.
Absolutely. The
So-
sooner the better.
Okay. All right. Just for clarification, that we might have to have a special work session or a meeting next week or the latter part of this week.
there's a lot of information, and I think that Ms. Chappelle can state it succinctly enough that everybody should be able to understand. Because, like I said, it is complicated, but at the same time, again, in my opinion, it's convoluted, especially when you're looking at, I think it was a 2018-2019 report that came out where you had the 11 school districts that were paying the vast majority into the SCG and having it distributed across the entire state. But I mean, the numbers are the numbers. So with that, if there's no further questions, I thank this board. Appreciate it.
Board members, one more, just a thought on scheduling that meeting that we're talking about. Superintendent Carlson is going to give you a really great presentation on the Legislative Finance Committee presentation. I think that there are some issues with respect to, especially what board member Aspis just brought up on the SCG. And so I would really actually welcome and be excited about the opportunity to have some of those conversations more in depth because the state is really wanting to kind of shift responsibility to us, the school district, in bridging those gaps. And so all of these things are interrelated. And so I think it would be extremely important conversation to have.
So with that, I appreciate, Ms. Chappelle, I appreciate you saying that, and with the understanding of Mr. Carlson. I know I've had this kind of broad conversation before. When you're looking at the perspective of the federal level and equalization and impact aid funding, a lot of you had heard me say this before. My ambition in the first task is to remove equalization off the federal language and then go after an increase in impact aid because, as you well know, they're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. They're going to pull it from somewhere. And if we can protect that by having an increase at the federal level, well, then that makes it a little bit easier. And I did tell the governor in a roundtable meeting during the legislative session that she made the comment about not everybody was paying their fair share. I said, you're absolutely right. Because it was weighted in the wrong direction towards those schools receiving impact aid funding. And with that, again, my ambition and certainly the work and effort is to increase the funding because that way we're protected in respects to what we could provide for our kids through impact aid per the fiduciary responsibility of the federal government. So with that, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. I'll go sit back down.
Certainly, if we can take that power out of the hands of the state government, then we are better off. So I thank you for that.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
That brings us to J, Revision of Open Meetings Act Resolution and Work Session. Ms. Chappelle, you're up.
Thank you, Board President and board members. So last work session, board members, you gave us some changes. We have made those changes, and I can go back through the whole thing or just the changes you made last time to show you where they are. I stand to go either way, Board President, you're at your discretion.
I have before me, Ms. Chappelle, I think what amounts to these changes?
Yes, sir. And so just high level, the changes that the board discussed making last the open meeting for the work session, is that the third whereas clause, Ms. Ray, on the top? 1, 2, 3. Yes. So toward the bottom of that third whereas clause, given the updated status of the Navajo Nation Health Order, we removed that that language there regarding the need to continue COVID restrictions and instead to just follow the Navajo Nation health order as it's been updated. So that was a change there. And then Ms. Ray, if you could please scroll down. There you go. Down a little further, Ms. Ray, my apologies. There we go. In this paragraph 6, board members, you recommended adding a little more information about the board's discretion to provide additional notice. And just by way of reminder, I'll read that to you. At the board's discretion, additional notice can be provided to community stakeholders like chapter houses, schools, and other locations and entities by either electronic, radio, telephonic, or physical/marquee posting means. And so that was meant to let the public know that we'll continue doing extra notice, but since it's not required, if there's a circumstance where we can't do it, that would be within the board's discretion. Those, as I recall, those were the two changes to the draft that the board came up with at the last meeting.
Is there any discussions? Questions for Ms. Chappelle? Ms. George? Okay.
Mr.
Ms.
President.
Chappelle, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya?
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for your clarity on that, on that language. It's obviously important, as you well know, and I'm sure it's, as we've expressed here before, that the board wants to make sure that it's clear in what we're asking and what the message is, certainly and conveyed to the general public. So I appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that brings us to organizational chart.
Thank you, Board President Wells, board members. I have given some of these copies out before at some point. I don't know if you all remember that. I know some of you kept your copies, even though we didn't have the opportunity to meet on them at the time. So I'm going to go ahead and pass these out. And there's also a projected copy. Some of them might smell like pickle juice a little bit by the time they get down to you.
She stole mine. Is it the same one? You said you were going to make it different. This is the old one.
I got this from Board Docs. Yeah.
You came prepared.
I did. And I even have your report.
Just a few things before we get into this. I've spent a whole lot of time going through these. In my interim position, I've had the opportunity to look at the charts the way that they were. I previously gave you one from 2020, and that was before we met the last time. This one here is for 2021, 21, 22, which was this current year. This is what was in place this year, just so everybody is aware of that. There are a couple of changes that have happened. We talked about the curriculum and instruction as one of them, and the technology is another. But this is what is being presented just this current school year. And I would like to add that at our last meeting, Ms. Aspis made some comments about the order in which some things were done. And I appreciate the comments that she made, and I want to kind of bring them up again. This if we make changes to an organizational chart for the coming school year, that's something we need to have a little bit more time in a setting like we tried to have and didn't quite have appropriately the last time. So I will go through this and take whatever questions you have. But my comments about Ms. Aspes's comments were that the order of things, when we have a budget that's already been approved and in place, we're kind of stuck with that budget. And so that's kind of what is going to dictate the personnel that we have for the coming school year. And I just kind of want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. Mr. Montoya, you have a question?
To your point, especially when it comes to contractual obligations, when you're talking about pay, I mean, that's obviously very, very important. So I appreciate the acknowledgement of that, because it is what it is when it's locked in and the budget is signed. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yes, sir. And the reason for me pointing that out is that in this position, I would like for us to meet possibly in the fall or maybe even January, February, well before we actually get into the budgeting process and talking about the next school year. I would love to have those conversations with everyone on this board, because I know that I've had one-on-one conversations with every single one of you about things on this organizational chart, and I appreciate those conversations. There are ways to structure a district that are not exactly the way this district is structured, and so I will entertain all those conversations in my role as superintendent. So, with that said, we'll go ahead and go through this. I'll try to be fairly brief because I know I have another presentation, and I imagine there will be some conversation about that other presentation as well. So that first page, we can go ahead. That's us right here, right now. I can sit here, right, Ms. Aspes? I don't have to go up there like. I'm in the right spot. I know. I got a word. I saw Mr. Montoya up there.
Yeah, you get that administrative decision, don't you?
You know, actually, at this time of night, I might prefer to stand. I might fall asleep in this position. So, all right, if you go ahead, Sharon. This is a busy one, so I know that folks who are trying to look at this might have a hard time seeing some things. I want to point out some things on this. This does have, of course, executive administrative assistant, which is another word for secretary, and that is, in this case, we don't have names on this so much. I've taken names off this, so we're not talking about individual people when we're talking about personnel, but I want to make sure I give a nod to Sharon, because I think Sharon teaches me as much as anything in my role in superintendent, so thank you for bearing with me and for going through this presentation as well. Off to the side on this is information technology, and we can talk about that a little bit later. Also directly underneath the superintendent, off to the right, are risk management, safety maintenance, athletics, and activities. A public information officer who is sitting back there doing a fantastic job, and also the director of finance with his team. According to this chart, underneath the assistant superintendent are the director of curriculum instruction and those instructional programs, the director of ICO or intercultural community outreach, the director of operations, which includes facilities, food service, and transportation, the director of student support services, which includes health and wellness, pre-K through 12 special education programs, ancillary staff, and nurses. And also the director of human resources with all of those underneath. Next page. Once again, this is just kind of the right side of that previous page, so I don't need to go over that again, and it says the exact same things. Next page after that. Okay, this current year, the previous assistant superintendent was in charge and was the direct supervisor of all of these folks. including the information technology department, which is kind of off to the side over to the left there. Once again, I don't know that I need to go into all these things everybody can read. I'll just go over the main categories. The Director of Curriculum Instruction, we have a Director of ICO, Director of Operations, Director of Student Support Services, and Director of Human Resources. And these are all the functions that come underneath them. Of course, those will be outlined on the following pages. If you want to go to the next one, Sharon. So this is, again, this is the previous, or this year's, I'm sorry, this year's organizational chart, which, of course, there was a technology coordinator, along with a network administrator and 7 technicians. This is the one that we felt, when I came aboard, that we wanted to make some changes to, and we've already made those changes. Those changes do include a technology director and a beefed up data assessment, research, and technology department. And that will go into effect for this coming school year. On the next page is curriculum instruction. There's actually 2 pages of a curriculum instruction, and so it's quite redundant. But that's the form I had given you previously, so I just stuck with it. Again, the Director of Curriculum Instruction is underneath the Assistant Superintendent, or has been. There's a clerical position. So this is the structure that was in place this year. And if you look at this structure, there were some issues with it. And I'll go ahead and stick with this page. The elementary, middle school, and high school principals actually had at two different times, they had different supervisors. So their supervisor at one point was the Director of Curriculum Instruction, and according to this, was the Assistant Superintendent for the most of the school year. My just kind of spin on that, I don't know if you have a question on this or not, is that a Director of Curriculum Instruction should not be the supervisor of the principals. And so I do appreciate that that was given to the Assistant Superintendent, because I feel like the Director of Curriculum Instruction really needs to focus on curriculum instruction and not being the boss of the principals in the buildings. Underneath that Director of Curriculum Instruction is the clerical position. And there were several coordinators, a data and assessment coordinator, curriculum innovations and school improvements coordinator, a federal programs coordinator, several supervisors, and also a whole bunch of coaches. And that's one thing that at the last board meeting I kind of went through this. And I'm going to go ahead and have Sharon go to the next page, because the next page is actually the one that I presented at the board meeting where I went over the organizational chart. I mean, this just kind of shows that same thing with the coaches kind of brought, listed out. There were, I believe, 18 coaches, and this next school year there will be 4 coaches in that department instead of all those 18. The coordinators have changed. There will not be those exact coordinators in the coming school year. There will be an elementary, 2 elementary coordinators, and a secondary coordinator working with the principals.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
May I ask a question?
Mr. Montoya.
Mr. Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Down to 4. Are those school-specific coaches? Meaning, are they going to be assigned?
Yes. So what they're assigned to work with those coordinators. So there's an elementary coordinator for a certain number of the elementary schools, and those coaches will work with that coordinator for those schools. So there will be 2 elementary coaches, and then the secondary coaches as well. So yes.
So in concert with the principal and their lead teachers?
And in concert with the principal, lead teachers, also leadership team, yeah. So they'll go in and work with them. And the thought behind this is that, and this is really important, and this is kind of what sold it on me, is we have a lot of first-year principals this year. And I don't need to tell anybody that a first-year principal sometimes kind of might tend to struggle a little bit, kind of getting a hold of their staff, trying to figure out how everything works together. It's not an easy position. And so as they're trying to figure things out that first year, in my view, my humble opinion, one of the most important jobs that a principal has is making their teachers better, coaching their teachers and helping them to be better. And I'm not saying that because I'm bragging like I did that fantastically or anything, but I always tried to make that a goal, to make sure I'm going into classrooms, and all our principals should be going into classrooms. They should be working with their teachers to help them get better as teachers. And I believe, honestly, that we need more people in the classroom as much as possible. Because, and this is something I'll say when I do my superintendent's report 2 or 3 hours from now. I mean, like 20 minutes from now. It's so important. Stand up when I say that. We do need to, in this district, and I'll talk about this, our data needs to look better. We need to make improvements. We need to make improvements in the buildings. We need to make improvements in every single classroom. And that's something that we need to focus on. Because, and I'll say this again, the state is watching like never before. Not just this district, but throughout the state, because of the money that's coming out through the SEG, but even more importantly, as Mr. Montoya has alluded to, the money that's coming out through the impact aid. So I just want that, I'll reiterate that, I'm sure, later on.
Well, if I may add to that,
sure.
As well, that last portion is they want to know if that money is being spent, and the people who are investing in these schools and these kids, which are the taxpayers, are getting a return on that investment. But to your point of the principals having the time to do those walkthroughs, quite frankly, as you well know, with the understanding of it's not always an evaluative process, but a coaching process for the principals to go through. And then they can work in and build in those evaluations, but the vast majority of it is going to be coaching. And if they don't have the time to do that, or if they don't have the guidance or the understanding of how to do that, well, then the ones in the end that are hurt from that are the kids, because they're not getting that guidance that they need from that building leader. And so hopefully by remodifying and giving them that concentrated effort, I think that's going to be helpful.
I agree. If we go to the next page, after that we do have finance. Hopefully I have the right slide on there. My slide actually has a bunch of names on it, and I tried to redact names just so we're not talking about individuals. But this is the finance department. Mr. Yazzie, thank you for sticking around for this to answer questions. We do have an administrative assistant as well as accounts payable specialist with an accounts payable clerk, budget asset management with a budget coordinator, grants accounting with an accounting specialist, fund managers, 2 of them, central purchasing proposal with a purchasing supervisor and a central purchasing specialist, and a payroll specialist, 2 of them, general accounting specialist under general accounting, and proposal for a new vacant position underneath that one, which are we still having that position that we're proposing there, Mr. Yazzie? Or is that was just for this school year, right? Yes, okay. And also an accounts receivable clerk. That's finance. Moving on, and the next page is operations. And I actually appreciate Candace Thompson for jumping on there to answer those questions that she did today, especially because she's also on vacation, as are several of our folks. We do have a director of operations with a clerical secretary. Underneath operations is transportation coordinator, a facilities coordinator, which we have a recently hired facilities coordinator after having that open for a while, a facilities specialist, a maintenance supervisor, and a ground supervisor. And also, over there it does say vacant, which is is a food service coordinator with clerical secretaries, all the cooks and managers, and the cook and assistant managers, and all the cooks. There are quite a few folks underneath food service as well. The next page is the intercultural and community outreach department, which this Board of Education actually helped to create and was brought on under the tenure of a couple of our board members here, which has a director, a multicultural coordinator, with a JOM supervisor and equity supervisor. A bilingual coordinator with underneath that is a bilingual supervisor and an ELD coach. A safety net coordinator with a safety net specialist, and also a secretarial a specialist there. This was vacant for part of the year, an ICO coordinator and an ICO supervisor. And that's the Intercultural and Community Outreach Department. And the next slide is Student Support Services. And again, thank you, Amanda, for staying. Ms. Sutherland, quite into the evening here, along with some of your staff. We do have a Director of Student Support Services with a secretary, a data records compliance person, and if we go off to the left in the green, we do have a special ed programs coordinator, a special education coordinator, an ancillary and health and wellness coordinator, a pre-K elementary special ed programs coordinator, all with quite a few folks underneath them. As you can see, the student support services includes a lot of people, diagnosticians, liaisons, different coaches, all the school nurses. We had lots of conversations at the board meetings about the SLPs and the difficulty that we have getting SLPs, occupational therapists, early intervention coaches, parents as teacher program is also in special ed or student support services, along with the Kirtland Early Childhood Center, which is actually moving this coming year to 2 different schools in Kirtland. So I believe there's one more, and that is human resources. Yes, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, we haven't dealt with that one yet, right? Okay, so that's why this is just 2021, 2022. Okay, the last one, human resources. Once again, the human resource director is taking a much needed vacation. I saw pictures where she's at a lake somewhere, and I'm just a little bit jealous. I don't know about everybody else. I believe it's somewhere in the Midwest. It's beautiful wherever it is. But she does have underneath her the benefits, health, wellness, leave administration, the human resource supervisor with benefits, a benefits specialist, housing human resources specialist, a clerical with the COVID grant. Underneath in the middle there's the onboarding, hiring, looks like separations is misspelled, position control, process, licensure, human resources coordinator, which was here this evening and did a fantastic job for us. A human resources specialist, another human resources specialist, and a confidential clerk, along with supplemental support. This print shop is no longer there. The print shop will go back to Bon Wilson, but they are for purposes of this, and also a clerical and an administrative assistant. And with that, that is the 21-22 organizational chart. I stand for any further questions.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
You said you're going to turn that to Bon Wilson, the print shop.
Yes, sir.
To assume that the students are going to take over the printing?
I don't, that's exactly what Jared's shaking his head yes, so yes.
Just curious. I'm only saying that because I know some of the things, just like our nameplates, that's quality work, obviously. Granted, a machine did that, but still it takes a competent human being to make sure it's done right, and hoping that the same quality would be exuded from those students, and entrusting that they can do it with the right guidance.
Absolutely, and we are going to look to expand what's going on at Bon Wilson, because our state is, with this funding they provided this year, there's going to be a big push for more funding for CTE programs, and so we're looking forward to dipping into that and expanding our CTE programs district-wide, not just at Bon Wilson.
Thank you for saying that, because I know that was a consideration, I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago, about doing that at each location, kind of in line of what it used to be back in the 70s and mid-80s, where you had those VOAG, welding, FFA programs at every high school. So that way we can serve the entire community, which would be perfect. And if they have the funding to be able to do that, and that'd be great. Absolutely.
I agree 100% with that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
So, as a principal, a former principal, Mr. Carlson, and being amongst the community, and I'm sure you've heard that the district is top heavy.
I've heard it from you, Ms.
And-
Aspas. Absolutely.
So, in looking at this, there were, there were some things that we were blindsided by, but what we do need to make it work. And I say that, and then at the same time I say what we don't need. We talked about the budget, and we talked about the timing of all of this. I wish we had done this earlier, and because we with contracts and things like that, didn't want to lock in people where you didn't feel that position no longer was needed, so, and but I just say that what we need, and what we don't need. It's my hope.
I appreciate that. And like I mentioned before, I look forward to having those discussions with you individually and with the board as a group as well, because if there are cuts that can be made or that should be made, we can have those discussions. I mean, and I'm sure there are positions here and there that can be consolidated. And one of the things that I've found in the interim position as superintendent, though, is that I'm amazed at how many things, and hopefully this isn't broadcast. Does a pet look at this stuff? PED. The PED has so many mandates for so many things that you need to keep track of and have people accountable for, that I think if we started with the PED, it would be a lot simpler to get rid of various positions in a lot of different areas. And there's supposed to be a push to get away from paperwork, and that's something the PED talks about. Matter of fact, when I talk about at the next presentation in a few minutes here, Kurt Steinhaus met with some of the folks that we took down to talk to the LFC, the Legislative Finance Committee, and he talked about some of those things. We're trying to alleviate all the reporting requirements.
May I?
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
You are absolutely correct. And I've stated numerous times the imposition of the PED onto the districts and what I call administrative data collectors, because really that's what it's turning into, and that's what the educators in the classrooms are turning into. And I know I think it's in Utah, they don't have mandated lesson plans. The teachers do it. And so look where they are and look where we are. Proof's in the pudding. So I appreciate the fact that at least somebody is looking at that to try to minimize that impact from the pressure downward, which again, at the end of the day, rolls downhill and puts the pressure on the kids. So I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to what you're having to express from that meeting. So thank you.
You're welcome. And just so you know, so many of these positions they're not created by the district out of thin air saying we got extra people around, let's make a position. They're created by the public education department, or it's usually the public education department saying, we're going to need this. This is a new requirement for you. For instance, COVID came around. We have to have some things for COVID. Now we're lucky to have some folks on our COVID team and our safety team who we need anyway, and who are doing excellent things. The presenters you heard today, there were years ago you didn't need to have a safety team, but we didn't have school shootings years ago. We didn't have the kinds of things going on that you all alluded to. So we do need to have a safety team. We do need to have people who are taking care of those things. How are we, making our schools as safe as we can? So anyway, that's just one example of we need to make changes, and it looks like we're just adding and adding. When do we take away? Well, we can look at that. We can look at ways we can take away as well. Yes.
I too look forward to the discussion in regards to looking at this thoroughly, and then I also like to add that separation, I think, is correctly spelled. It is correctly. I believe it's correctly spelled.
I'll look later. I'll trust you.
One more, may I? Comment?
Mr. Montoya.
Obviously, taking into consideration what Ms. Aspa said, at the end of the day, HB 212 was your decisions, Mr. Carlson, to make, and obviously we're going to hope and expect that they're very judicious with your decisions and are very prudent to help protect and keep a black budget, as it were, and to ensure that we are fiscally responsible with the trust of the people's money. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed. What did I miss?
Very little.
Okay. Looks like you're still up.
Was me again? You want to read it? Or do you want me to have it? I'm going to pass these out for everybody once again. And you may have, that's something that Sharon's going to project. So that what she's projecting there is just really is kind of a preface to what I'm going to be giving here. But I'll wait till everybody has a copy of those. So last week on June 16th, I was able to present to the Legislative Finance Committee, which was, for me, an experience unlike anything that I've really ever had before, because I was on a panel with 4 superintendents, and we were charged with basically answering these questions that are right here. So if you look at the first one, at 8:30 there was a gentleman. His name is Sonny Liu. He's an analyst with the Legislative Finance Committee. He gave a presentation about kind of all the schools in our area and what's going on with Martinez Yazzie or Yazzie Martinez, what's going on with the Zuni lawsuits that there are out there. And he also talked a lot about impact aid and where the different schools and districts are. And then I got to get up next along at 9:15 with Mike Hyatt, the superintendent at Gallup-McKinley, and with Max Perez, who some of you probably remember was a principal here. I believe he's at Sabatab years ago. Not that many. Seems like a couple years ago. He's been, I think he was superintendent in Belen for a while, and then now he's in Grants. And then Randy Stickney, who is the superintendent at Zuni Public Schools. And so I got a chance to address these questions. And so this is what sort of the agenda. Please address these questions here. Changes in Native American student proficiency, attendance, graduation, and college readiness rates, participation in extended learning opportunities, changes to teacher quality and student leadership, and use of increased SCG distribution, cash balances, uncredited impact aid, and federal relief funds. And then also, lastly, changes in facility conditions and new school construction. So this this is a huge PowerPoint, obviously. I'm going to try to go through this PowerPoint, believe it or not, in about 15 minutes, even though it's 36 pages. And part of the reason, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop here and there. So if you go to the next page, Sharon, you're not going to need to see all the things on this, but this one here, just an introduction, and basically talks about achieving equity. It takes time, and it does require additional funding, and it requires funding education differently. So then I thank legislators for focusing on these issues, but also I talk about through the leadership of the Board of Education, you all at CCSD, we've decided to prioritize culture, language, and the needs of our students, families, and communities by creating the ICO. So I wanted to highlight our Intercultural and Community Outreach Department, as well as that last one, which is the creation of our data department, because we need to make sure our data is telling us what we need to know as far as in terms of what our students are learning and how they're succeeding in school. And so that's something that if we're going to bridge those gaps, we need to look at data and we need to be able to say, here's where our students are. And we haven't done that very much in our district. I don't know when the last time I did show you some learning data from my school just to kind of show you what I was talking about in a board meeting. But for the most part, that's not something we've concentrated much on. And it's something if we're going to close educational gaps, we have to show those data and we have to have a data department. The next page here is just an introduction. So I brought some folks with because I wanted everybody to see that we had a team. And part of it was that I might have misunderstood how the panel was going to go. I was thinking we were going to come up as a team kind of together, maybe do high fives and stuff and all sit together. But they made me sit with the superintendents, and so the team was behind me and backing. But I have some really good people. You already know about me, so you don't need that. But I had Mr. Venturino was there, along with Mr. Yaz. He actually wasn't able to make it that day, but we had 3 members of the ICO who were super helpful in putting this together. And so the next page, like I said, I'm going to go fast. This talks about the next couple of slides. So the first thing they asked us to talk about was the Native American proficiency rates, which is a pretty unfair thing to ask. If everybody remembers, here's what happened. March 2020, the world shut down. And so nobody did anything. Nobody tested. There's no test results from 2020. The next school year, 2020-2021, only a smattering of students took any test. So, the schools were shut down for part of the year. Schools were going remote. Our students that had remote learning suffered more than just about anybody throughout the state in that school year. They really did. They weren't just, they talk about rural schools. We're not just rural. We have remote schools. And so we have schools that did not have access to technology. And I don't need to go over all that. But so anyway, God bless you. So that school year, we did not have much testing. This current school year, we did have testing. So we have it again. But we have no results yet. So they're asking for testing data that we literally don't have. So that's why I'm kind of going to go over this. But the very last thing, it kind of points to the Dene Language Proficiency Assessment, the DLPA, that was just developed. And so we did include some of those slides to show folks that we are also testing for the Dene Language Proficiency. So these next couple slides, like I said, I'm going to do 15 minutes. I've already gone 5, so I do need to talk a lot faster.
Question real quick.
Yes, sir. This doesn't count in the 15 minutes. Stop the timer.
In respects to your response about that, and obviously it's, dare I say, common sense, that the impediments that we've had, what was their response when you told them that you didn't have that data?
I think they didn't really know what to say. I mean, they kind of waited to break in with questions. I think their questions were more about our remoteness, and our true lack of digital access to connectivity, access to actual technology that they did not have when other folks did. And I don't think you can impress upon people the difference between a district like Rio Rancho or Los Alamos or Santa Fe, who they sent students home. They already had laptops. They had connectivity. They're online. They were all learning. CCSD students were waiting to start the school year, and when they did, they were getting packets, if they could get those. And we weren't even sure right away if we could grade those, because we were worried about passing things out and taking things back and everything.
If I may add to that point, there were districts, a district, can't remember specifically which one, they were doing that type of teaching already 2 years in advance. So it was as if, okay, big whoop, we're going to send you home, you're going to do it. And they did. And so that just shows the inadequacy. And that's why I'm asking the question, for them to hear the real problems that our students faced.
I think there were probably a couple of light bulbs went off when
Yeah.
we talked about that. I talked about that a little bit. And throughout these next slides, you'll see that. You can start the timer again. The next three go over the assessment. Last year when we took the state test, which is the NMSSA, that we give to all elementary school students in middle school, 3 through 8. We only had, if you look at this slide, I guess the most important thing, if I'm going to go pretty fast, is that out of a total of 1,581 students who could test in those grades, we had 860 who were absent, did not test. That's 54% of our students didn't test literally at all. They just didn't test. Some of them were home, some of them were sick, their parents refused. We didn't test anybody. So if you look at the next slide, real quick, that's the writing assessment. Same thing. I mean, you can look at the proficiencies if you want over there. I don't put much stock in those proficiencies. They literally mean nothing. When students weren't given instruction, why would you expect them to learn? The next one is math. The only thing I would say about the math and honestly, as a math person, it freaks me out. Because of those students who tested, if we had 4% of our students who are on target, 4%, I don't think people can, I cannot say enough what a hole that is for us that has been dug because of the pandemic that we have to climb out of. Again, same number of students, 54% did not test. We have a lot of work to do from where we were at those years. Yes, ma'am.
As you're saying all this, and the last week when we PRC was down in Shiprock, and then now you go before this committee, legislative committee. I wonder, in your talks, in your time with them, do they it's one thing for the board members to be talking about and bringing up the situation, the threat of the closures here, but do you guys in your team is because it's real, it's a big it's a threat, and do you guys talk about that as well? And then I'm sitting here wondering, as we're talking about, the lack of internet, the lack, all the things that we lacked, and then it really became known when the pandemic happened. And so now as we move forward, we have, say the committee, we have other legislative people out there, representatives that are saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and infrastructure, Wi-Fi, we're going to do all this, but would they really take that project on when there's no school, no community? I mean, is it still a need? And because right now with just trying to keep our students educated and keep public schools and providing them that education, there is that need, but I'm just thinking all of this and wondering, So, anyway, that's my thing.
I'd like to
Sure.
add to her
Sure,
comments.
absolutely.
And it's very specific in regards to what we're dealing with. And that was one of the things that I said the following day in Farmington at the college to those commissioners. Everybody keeps talking about the future, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Our problems are today, I said. Who do we go to hat in hand saying, help us fund the education? And to the point of what we're dealing with here, is people don't realize the gravity of the situation. Just like you said, a few light bulbs went off. I'm amazed you didn't have to put sunglasses on in that room, because it is real. Now, granted, they couldn't respond to the comments that we were making during that meeting, but after I had a very good conversation, and the commissioner from Arizona was just stunned as to what we deal with. So I appreciate what you're saying.
It was super. I think it was very enlightening for a lot of them, and we did bring up, the power plants closing, and I know Gallup has some of the same issues that we have with that, and so Mr. Hyatt talked about that a little bit as well. And the funding we're getting, it seems like a lot, but it's what our kids deserve, and what they should have been getting all along, and so that's something that we want to make sure they understand. Generations behind, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, I mean, if you think about it, if we've been getting that aid for 20, 30, 40 years, that's literally generations of better structures that students are going to go to school with, technology, everything else. 2 years.
Two generations.
2 generations, at least.
Of catch up.
Yeah.
And that's why I've said, you've heard me say this. Yeah, they were nice and happy that they gave us the funding back, or the credit back, I should say. But what about all those years preceding? How do we, in what world do we play catch up for the inadequacies? So,
Ms. Chappelle's listening, talking to Ms. Chappelle. Maybe she can get us some more of that money back from those years that we missed.
Oh, I know where to go. I know where to go.
That's right.
It's another conversation for another day, but
it's almost another day.
You don't hurry, it will be.
So if we go to the next pages, yeah, so we're going to go for hours. And there's a couple of cookies left. Actually, there's one cookie left. Jared, what did you do back? All right, so the next pages. Again, these break down things with our ethnicities, and they just show the students that we have. Once again, the most important figure on here is the 54%. This is the same assessment, a little bit redundant, but they wanted to see assessment results. So I'm going to go ahead and skip through reading, writing, and math, all three of them. Again, as a former math teacher, I know Mr. Venturina feels the same way. We got work to do throughout the district with everything, but especially with math. So on page 11, if you keep going through, so we put this in so that folks could see that we take language revitalization seriously, and that we're working on our Dene language proficiency assessment, and we're actually looking at data from those assessments. On the page 12, and I don't know how many folks here have seen the WIDA assessments, the access tests, and the WIDA screener, and the WIDA, the consortium has all these different access tests that we give, and they give different levels of proficiency. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to have the same thing, rather than, if everybody remembers the old ODLA, the oral Dene language assessment, proficiency assessment, ODLA, oral Dene language assessment, okay? All we had in that one was non-proficient, proficient, and then kind of a limited proficient. Well, that doesn't really say much, because if there's no language, they're non-proficient, we would have maybe a few proficient students, literally district-wide, like especially at the elementary levels. So this assessment here, if you go to the next page, it'll show all the different levels. Now, obviously, we're not going to have everybody completely competent, completely proficient yet. But this what it does show is the Elementary schools have the biggest number in emerging, and also the next slide, the middle schools have the biggest level also in emerging. And of course, we want students who are competent and proficient. That's something where we eventually, have that goal. We're not there yet, but we can at least work toward it. And then the last one is the high schools, the same assessment. The majority of students there are approaching. All right, on page 16, talks about attendance rates. Real big picture thing again, just what I told them, I'll tell you about the attendance rates. The school year 1920 was real difficult because at the end of the year everybody was out of school. But for 2021, it looks like our attendance rates did really well. But part of that has to do with the fact that we were virtual, and attendance was kind of dicey how we took attendance. Those numbers don't necessarily mean what people think they might mean, because we had students. Again, how do you take attendance when you have students who don't have computers and they don't have access? And so the way that attendance was taken was a little bit different. This year we did have a 5% decrease in attendance. And a lot of that has to do with the bump in the previous year, but also the fact that, with all of our COVID guidelines, we had students who were on quarantine 2, 3. There were those families who kept their students home when they should have kept their students home, which was great. But then, of course, we had a few who might have taken advantage of the situation. I was exposed again. I had to stay out for 10 more days. So our attendance did take a hit this year. We had a little bit of difficulty with attendance. But, again, that's just something that had to do with COVID. The last bullet on here, I'll go ahead and mention that one. Oh, she went on. We'll be working over the summer on programs and initiatives to improve student engagement, boost student morale and confidence, decrease anxiety, and improve over other social emotional factors. These are the student safety net, which we hope will make students want to be in school. It'll increase social emotional learning, and our attendance numbers are going to go up. They're going to go up. This next year. Okay, so the next couple pages. Page 17 shows the average attendance rates for 2018 through 2022. The next slide talks about graduation rates, which, again, that's another area this district needs to work on. We got to work on our graduation rates. The next couple graphs, this one talks about them, but I'll just have Sharon go to, she's on that one already, on 19. This shows the graduation rates, the 4 years cohorts. The 4 years, which that means they actually went through school in those 4 years. It doesn't show the ones who went in another half a year or went 5 years. It shows the overall graduation rate, and then it breaks it down into subgroups. And on page 20, that's just another graph that shows graduation rates, but it compares us to New Mexico. And again, this is something we will have to show improvement. The state is going to say, how are you improving? What are you doing to increase attendance rates? And how are they increasing? And this last year, 2022, we do not have data yet. But once we get that out, we'll make sure that that's transparent. We'll publish that, and we'll do our best to improve that as well. The next page, 21. This shows our subgroups, the Native American ELL students and students with disabilities, all with lower graduation rates that we need to work on. And then the next page is page 22, which talks about college and career readiness. And you can read this. I'm not going to go through every little bullet on this, but it does talk about the things we do for college and career readiness. On slides 23, 24, and 25, again, these are the SAT tests that our juniors take. Last year, 77% of our students did not participate in the SAT, which is that's not what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be 95%, right, Andrew? And that's what we're shooting for this 2022, this school year. But in these slides show our students that did take the test. There's not many that scored average. Most of them were well below average of the ones who did take the test. And again, most of them didn't take, more than 3/4 did not take the test. Page 24 breaks them down into subgroups. You can look at that. Page 25. Now, page 25 is a little bit different. This gets away from the SAT. This is just talks about career and technical education, college and career readiness classes that we had, and the number that were enrolled in those CTE pathway courses. We will also be looking to expand on this coming school year and expand CTE programs throughout the district. I think I already hit 15 minutes, so I'm going to talk super fast now. This slide talks about participation in extended learning opportunities. This is the only time when I spoke with Legislative Finance Committee that I got just a little bit negative. I was very positive, trying to be with them like I try to be with all groups of folks I interact with. But I thought that the calendar discussions that we had about ELTP, about K5+, about learning in summer, about longer school days, those discussions don't necessarily need to happen if the state decides to say, here's the money, here's the time you all need to go to. Instead, what they did is they said, you know what, we're going to give you this much money, and then here's a bunch of extra money you can have if you have a longer calendar, if you have a longer school day, which you all know that because we went through those conversations. But that was part of their response to Yazzie Martinez. When a judge says you're not adequately funding education in New Mexico, well, here's one way we'll do it. We'll give you more money if you go to school longer. But we'll give you that choice. And that, what it did, it created arguments throughout the state and among boards, among communities. Staff was split with communities. Staff was split with boards. Our district was not unlike anyone else. Sir, you have a question?
Yes, well, I guess more of a comment. The expectation of the funding that you will follow and do pertinent to what they're trying to respond to, which is the lawsuit and the decision. So again, it kind of puts you between a rock and a hard place to have to almost mandating it.
Well, and there were some interesting discussions that came out of that, though, because of not just what I said, but what other folks were saying about it. There was one of the legislators who was talking about suing the districts, which was like, what? But because they weren't availing themselves, he was saying, look, we're telling the districts, take this money because we want you to improve education based on Yazzie Martinez. But the district was saying, we don't want to do it that way. So the districts say, we want to have local control, of course, right? Yeah. And so how do we make you take this money is kind of how. So they have all kinds of interesting discussions about how they can fund education and how to make sure we're addressing inadequacies and discrepancies in different populations throughout the state. And so I know that continues. That was very nice sneaking there, Ms. Clues-Clark. Thank you. Anyway, so that was the discussion on page 26. On page 27, talks about some of the things we do for teacher leadership and teacher quality and school leadership. The Grow Your Own program that we have, the internship program that we have, and also I just mentioned real quickly the 520 licensure. What they did is the funding for 520 licensure, and we appreciated that, and I thank them for the increased funding for that because we do need to have those teachers. We've been having a hard time adding to our Navajo language teachers. With that 520 funding, that's going to help. And we're going to have more folks that are going to be interested in teaching Navajo. On page 28, this is from the graduate profile surveys. And I don't know if everybody remembers this, but this shows what the community responded. What are your needs? What are the most important? What are the biggest priorities throughout the district? And I believe the top one here is college and career readiness with 8.83. And right behind that is student and staff safety. So when we talk about spending the extra money that we have, the money that we have, and we do have money, there's money in our cash balance to address these things. We're going to be working on career and college readiness, but also safety. So that we talked about that real quick about what's going on with cash balances, uncredited impact aid, and federal relief funds. The next couple slides these come from presentations from Mr. Yazzie. These are the projected expenses for the coming school year on page 29. On page 30 is the operational budget. And on page 31, the last two pages, well, not the last two. How many more pages do I have? Okay. So page 31 talks about I did spend a little bit of time talking about the teacherages that we have going up. They're very interested to hear that we have 15 additional teacherages that will be completed before the next school year. 5 at central office and 10 at Mesa. And also we talked about the Newcomb Elementary project, and that's something that I don't know if all the board saw that I did send that letter out, and I got a good response that it was actually sent from the PSFA to the PSCOC. So I don't know how long a response will take, but anyway, hopefully they'll have a positive response on that. But I did talk about kind of what we're doing with our communities, especially Newcomb. The next few pages on page 32, these are projects that are supposed to be completed by the next school year. One of the things that I'd like for the board to notice is that of all these projects on the next 3 pages, this is the one that are currently in the works. The reason Newcomb Elementary is in this one, it's just approved for the planning and design. That's why it's in here. But if you look at what does the PSFA fund, or at least fund partially, almost nothing. I mean, they do the school facilities, and they do fund some of the teacher housing that's going into effect at the central office and Mesa. But all these other projects, the renovations, the canopies, the bleacher replacement, they don't participate in any of that stuff. And so there's a lot of our district money going to all those improvements. And so when we talk about these capital improvements that need to be made, I think the best example is, I think Zuni did some things with their ball fields that made it so all of a sudden they're winning titles across the state, and they had crumbling facilities, kind of like what we have in our district, because we can't touch them. I mean, go up the street here, and you go right in front of Judy Nelson there, and you see the ball fields that the Kirtland community many years ago put in place, and they were beautiful according to some folks. That was before my time. Talked to Mr. Wells about that. It was a while ago. Anyway, so those facilities are crumbling, and if we want to use our district money, we couldn't do much about it. But now that we have impact aid, we can start to touch some of those facilities and make those improvements and make the people say, this is a beautiful facility we have right here in Kirtland, in Shiprock, in Newcomb. That's Chitty. I didn't mean to talk so much on that page. I don't know why I got into that, but on page 33, there's one of the things that's on there is the Judy Nelson Pump House field renovation. These are in the design stages, all these projects right here. Again, PSFA project, no, not a single one of them are. And on page 34, the district future plans project, there's only a couple, the Newcomb Middle School and High School, and the Sabatai that is coming up that will also be PSFA participated projects. But all the rest of that is all district funding that's going to go to those projects. And so those are all things that we're doing with district fund, or especially with the impact aid funding we get. The last 2 pages basically just talks about the ICO. And again, ICO is going to be super important as we concentrate on the students that in our communities that really need that help. And it's something that this board was instrumental in helping create, and something that people talk about our ICO throughout the state. And so it's something where we are beginning to do a lot more community outreach. Talks about all the programs we have on there on page 35. And page 36 talks about the safety net and the holistic wellness program, which deals with social emotional needs of our students. So that's the presentation. Basically, I rushed a little bit here and there. I felt like it was well received, and you can use it, Ms. Montoya, all you want. I think you probably told me things that I didn't know to go into this. Tons of help from ICO folks. Mr. Venturina gave all the data for that, and again, it was an experience that I had that I just wanted to kind of share that with everybody here to see that the state is paying attention. And like I'm going to say in my superintendent report in 5 minutes from now, after you go through the consent agenda super fast. It's something the state is watching us. The state knows the money that they're giving us. They're going to say, what are you doing with that money? They're acting like it wasn't ours to begin with. So any questions, comments?
I think kudos to you for providing that for doing that presentation to LFC. And in terms of the funding, the mandatory or the kind of strong arming for additional hours, school hours, I think you have a better vision, and that's just my assessment, is that you have a better vision of how to improve the academic, closing the gap, and looking at the data, and then making those changes in interventions to help the students instead of just throwing money at the situation. So I appreciate your diligence and forward thinking in regards to that, because I don't think that's, like you said, it's been overlooked for so long. How do you know where you're really deficient if you're not looking at the data? If you're not looking at the numbers to figure out where you're low or you're doing your strengths and weaknesses, how do you know what to implement? So it doesn't make sense to me that it's been overlooked all these years. So I really look forward to seeing what you can accomplish, because I think you have a better handle on the situation than you think. Maybe you already know that's what is going to help. So kudos to you for that, and very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Haskey.
Yeah.
Mr. Montoya.
Absolutely, to Ms. Haskey's point about the data-driven decisions are absolutely important. But again, specific to ensuring that we're looking at the right data and the right data is being collected. Because again, as I like to call them, the teachers have become administrative data collectors, busy work, which impedes in their ability to teach. And so therefore I would add to her comments about ensuring that we're collecting the right data to make the right decisions in the right direction to improve the educational outcomes for our students, and not just collecting it just because we want them to collect it and somebody comes up with a wild idea of, hey, I think we oughta. It doesn't always work, as you well know. So it's got to be specific, it's got to be pertinent and useful. But I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. That was very informative, very thorough. I appreciate the time and effort that you put into that. Are there any other comments from the board? Knock it off. Ms. George.
Just to emulate what the rest of the board has stated, Mr. Carlson, I'm really appreciative of that presentation, and job well done. Thank you.
Thanks, Secretary George.
I think it would have been fun to be at that meeting. Not that I want to go to another meeting, but I think it would have been fun to see the anyway.
We were well prepared. I felt good about that. I know that we were all supposed to have a presentation. I will tell you that 2 of the districts showed up with a piece of paper. We had a team that worked together, and that was evident.
If I may, I'd certainly like to add the fact that when those state legislatures see the people doing the work, it shows them that you're working with them and they're working together to ensure the positive outcomes again for our students. And that's very powerful in itself, rather than just like you said, stepping up there with a piece of paper and saying we're doing A, B, C, and D. No, these are the people that are actually doing the work and able to respond to, if need be, to the questions and to the data that's being provided. Real tangible evidence for them that we're doing our jobs. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate those people that attended as well. So thank you.
I just wanted to also include a huge thank you to the ICO department for helping with this presentation, and then with Mr. Venturino supporting the data, and all his staff providing all that information as well going into this report. Good job. Thank you.
Any other comments? Moving on. Review, item 4, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. D, E, and F. No, that's G. That's G.
That was the authorization from Thursday.
No, F was clarified.
Okay, not F, so it would be D and E.
Did we get F? Did F get clarified?
F was clarified.
Okay. D and E.
I'd like to make a motion to pull D and E from the consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Removed and second that items D and E be removed from the consent agenda. Ms.
Board
Haskey.
President, I did not get the motion. I can't hear you.
Mr. Montoya.
I apologize. I made the motion to pull D and E. Ms. Ray, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And Ms. Haskey, or
No.
Ms. Aspis seconded it. Did you get that, Cheryl? Sharon.
Yes, thank you.
It's late.
And you are Mr.
Can
Wells.
I go home?
And I said yes.
Okay. Ms. George? Yes. Ms. Aspis? Yes. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. That's unanimous. Okay. Approval of consent agenda.
I make the motion to approve the consent agenda as stated with the changes from D and E.
I
Do I-
second.
Did you get that, Sharon?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George? Ms. Aspis? Yes. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Item 6, board and superintendent report. A, board member report. Do we have a report from a board member?
I have a quick.
I can't hear you. You're muffled.
I have a quick report.
Please go ahead.
And it probably is actually going to be in the superintendent report, but I had the privilege of listening in on Superintendent Carlson give his report to Northern Agency Council. It was received very well. It's 5 minutes. He was a little bit flustered, but I think he did really well, address the questions that they had for him. And they asked him to return. So that's my only report that was from Saturday.
Any other reports from the board? Ms. Aspis?
No. So, well, the report was from the work session when I went over to Phil Thomas. Just basically talked about the threats to both Arizona and New Mexico PRC representatives, and just talked about what, you know, some of those impacts are gonna be. And also with, oh my gosh, what was that? And then also, any, I guess, what we, by removing the two D and E, are we just letting them out in limbo?
Board President, that was my question too. I know the motion was made to remove it off the agenda, off the consent agenda, but was there a motion?
Yeah, that was for discussion.
Yeah.
And so we need to finish that. And vote on it, on what we are going to do with that.
Board President and board members, I have just now drafted an email regarding the case that was cited, and I have some recommendations. One thought I have, since we probably need to discuss this in executive session, is since the board has talked about having a special meeting next week, is including this in that special meeting so you can respond timely. I can't, I think someone might be talking, but I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So for now, we're going to table it.
That would be my recommendation. Yes, ma'am.
So D and E, can we do two of them?
You can do both,
the
I
same.
believe, since they were both pulled off at the same time.
Yeah.
To make a motion to table both D and E for further discussion.
Can I have a motion to table items D and E of the consent agenda for further discussion? Do I have a second?
A second.
Ms. Askey? Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes, and thanks for the clarification.
Myself?
I'm sorry, who
yes.
motioned the first? I cannot hear
I
you.
motion, sorry, Sharon.
Thank you.
Next item.
Oh, I got a report.
Oh,
still in reports. No, I got it.
Oh,
I'm going to do mine. If you don't mind.
Item
Go
B,
for it.
superintendent
How
report.
much time do we have?
All the time you need.
All night? All morning?
It's still Tuesday.
Okay, so just as Ms. Aspas has stated, I too, that's why I was tardy to the work session. I went down and spoke at that open forum with the commissioners from both Arizona and New Mexico, and then the next day I did the same thing, again citing and the fact that our education is going to be harmed with the closure of those plants. Then also regarding the trip to Las Vegas to Res Conference 22, that was very, very insightful, and we had the opportunity, both the CEO and the president came down into the audience and asked participants why they were there, and I had the opportunity to state that both board member and myself were there because a lot of people neglect to realize that education and economic development are intrinsically tied. They're related. One serves the other. And that really opened their eyes during that conference. But there was some other breakout sessions that I want to kind of touch on that I attended, and the one was the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, the Tribal Energy Consortium, where they were talking about Indian energy. There was also one regarding real estate on tribal lands, on and off tribal lands for development. There was another one in respects to the U.S. Department of Interior Office of Economic Development, Enterprise, and Community Development for small businesses, some food sovereignty and economic sovereignty, capitalizing on native food businesses, food warehouses, distribution, and all businesses that partake in those processes. Federal legislative policies and technology and communication, and how they all impact Indian land and the development that can be included in respects to on and off Indian lands. And again, I had made the comment that at the beginning of that conference that we need to know how we need to educate our kids, because what's being developed on and off the reservation, and our students need to know that. And again, that was even tied to the comments that I made in Farmington at that forum with the commissioners, because again, we need to, as a governing body and the responsibility of education, we need to know what we need to do. So I appreciate the opportunity to attend that conference and to gain more insight, and I do have some information that I'll be forwarding to the superintendent so he can look at, and if he wishes to engage further, then he can certainly do that as well. So I thank you.
So
Yes, Ms. Asmus.
with that, along with those board reports, what board member Montoya shared, that was at the general session, and they came down, they asked about, what is your res story? And yes, what board member Montoya had come up with, and saying education goes hand in hand with economic development. I thought that was really on point. But later on, it's the foundation, and that's why we're, as I went to different sessions, I brought that point up, I brought that phrase up, and said, we forget, we think about it way up here, but we forget that what it plays a role in education, and we are the representatives of that as part of CCSD. And then on top of that, some of the breakout sessions were, what I went to was a workforce. They talked, it seemed like they really exaggerated numbers on what a workforce would look like for a solar project. But I pointed out that the positions that were talked about were all positions, meaning before the project, but in post-project, you're only looking at maybe about 4 or full-time employees, and so those were, I believe they were eye-openers, and I think there was many topics. I mean, some were on energy, some were on economic, development, which is even entrepreneur, your own business, small business, and then also on health, medical. So I think in those, I wondered how had we, say Miss George with her involvement within the school district, and knowing how that works, how some of that could probably fill in for our ancillary, services. She knows what questions to ask, And I just encourage that, you know, the next year that comes up, that, you know, we get people there, because it is very, very informative. And then on top of that, with the different department heads that come from Washington, and, you know, and that's the chance to meet them and the chance to say something. And without all that, you know, when you go to Washington, I'm sure it's a whole different environment, and everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants, you know, their attention. But I think in this setting where it's more approachable and you're more able to make those connections, or, you know, and do that networking. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I? I'd like to add something, expound on what she was saying.
Go ahead.
I when she said that about the medical and the health, that reminded me that I neglected to make reference to a program in North Dakota. It was two doctors that were given a presentation, and it was outstanding, because what they're trying to do is to create a Native American health and science academy and school that would deal specifically with Native American health, science, holistic medicine, natural medicines from the ground up, literally, and to include even the medicine men into the programs. It was outstanding. And again, that's one of the contacts, again, Mr. Carlson, that I'll forward that information to you, that they're looking for students in their program that they have up there in North Dakota. And the one doctor was one of the first licensed Native American physicians, and they're doing an outstanding job with what they're doing up there with the programs that they're running. And asked if we had any students that might be willing. Certainly the consideration of starting to profile kids who would like to get in the medical field and start some kind of relationship with them, because they're really looking at the Native American aspect and pushing that. One of the intriguing things that they said too was that, why does there have to be a follow template for education in respects to, especially in the medical field? It has to be done in 6 years, 8 years. He goes, when a medicine man can take 10, 15, 20 years to learn that. And that's kind of how they want to address their epistemology in explaining that and utilizing that in their development of the programs, which I thought was very, very fascinating. Again, a very holistic mindset and development in how they're creating this program. And one of the things that they'd like to do is have that, again, that academy, Native American Health and Science Academy, located in different areas around the country. And one of the areas that they were looking at was Santa Fe, possibly. And again, they tied that to art and sciences in respects to storytelling, singing, drawings, weaving, all those types of things. And Santa Fe would be perfect, because I reminded them that they have the American Institute of Art Institute there, which could work closely together. And because of the tribes and the pueblos, and the 23 tribes and pueblos here in New Mexico, would be greatly served by that. So I think it's a very good opportunity. Again, I'll forward that information, the gentleman's name, and you can reach out to him and have those conversations with them through the district, and see if we might be able to send people up there to be educated. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talking about North Dakota, right?
Say it again?
North Dakota?
Yes.
Have you been in North Dakota in the winter?
It's pretty
I stay away from there in the winter.
Oh.
I think they'd rather send people down here, I'll tell you that.
Colder than, well, it's cold.
Cold.
Mr. Superintendent? Ms. George?
Did we go over G, Bank of the Southwest? And then the other one, F, propane.
F
Okay.
was approved, and Bank of the Southwest was,
Oh, okay.
Aqueja. Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. I know this is going to sound like beating a dead horse, and I'm going to mostly read this, but I just want to make sure that I kind of hit on some points, and I already talked about most of this, but I'll just read it real fast. You can time me again. It'll be less than 5 minutes, 3 minutes. We want the board and all community members to know about the importance of the Legislative Finance Committee report that I just gave. The state of New Mexico is beginning to fund education at a level that hasn't happened in recent years or possibly ever, and that's beyond the impact aid we've talked about. I'm talking about the SEG. This is a reaction to several factors. The first is that New Mexico has been sued successfully to fund its educational system to be on a par with other southwestern states. The Yazzie Martinez ruling makes the Public Education Department and the state of New Mexico responsible for adequately funding education for minorities and all of its students. That responsibility is slowly being passed down to school districts, to us. In the coming years, we'll need to be able to show progress in terms of academic performance, student attendance, and graduation rates. Legislators and PED officials will be watching Central Consolidated and other districts to see how we are choosing to spend all of the dollars that flow through our district, and we'll be expected to produce results. They'll be especially focused on how we use our impact aid dollars, and there will always be legislators who will want those districts receiving impact aid to use that money to contribute to our state's equalization formula, just as Mr. Montoya had said. So we need to show that we're using all of our resources wisely. That said, it will be important for the district, in conjunction with the school board, to work together to establish realistic academic goals for our students. Our main goal should ultimately be to expect CCSD students to perform at a level, and I'll say it again, our students at CCSD should be able to perform at a level or higher or greater than the students throughout the state of New Mexico and the United States. That means we need to provide the best facilities, the best professional development, the best human resources that we can, using the resources that were being provided. While we can claim that this last school year was a baseline year for academic achievement, we can't make excuses for not showing academic growth. The coming school year can't just be like the last couple school years. I'd like to thank this school board for expecting the best from our administrative staff, for holding us accountable. We all need to make CCSD a place where students feel like they can do their best, and where parents want to send their children. We will do this by providing better social emotional support and by making all students feel valued and connected for who they are, whether it is by cultural and language affirmation or simply by providing the kind of academic opportunities that set them up for success beyond high school. And we should all know that the state of New Mexico will be watching us as never before. They will be watching. Oh, they just said it, and they did a lot of finger wagging.
Mr. President, may I make a comment? Please.
Mr. Montoya, you took my breath away.
Mr. Carlson.
Sir.
I truly appreciate that. And I truly appreciate, and I don't mean this facetiously, the fact that they want to scrutinize us. If you look at the people that were doing that presentation, they want to scrutinize us. But as they well know, it works both ways. And I think that this current board would not hesitate to hold them accountable. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Requested action items and or reports for next meeting. Possible action.
I do. I would like to request to have the special meeting on Monday, June 27th.
motion and a second to hold a meeting next Monday, what?
That's my, just make a okay, I just make a recommendation to, I recommend that we have our special meeting on June 27th
Monday.
to include those discussions regarding D and F, or D and, yeah, D and E, sorry, D and E, and other items, SEG.
Will that meeting be held here?
No, it's gonna be held in Shiprock, closer to me.
We extended the time so you get closer to you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys.
Turn your mic on and then talk.
I would prefer to leave it at 5:30 if all possible. My recommendation.
For the possible action or report items, can we have a detailed listing of account 11,000 of all consultants and businesses who utilize that 11,000 operational fund? A detailed one, please.
Let's not make this meeting too long.
Consultants and businesses?
On that note, I would like to also, on her request, to also include how we evaluate the consultants. Are they, what area are they providing their guidance, and how do we evaluate them to be, and how long have they been contracted with us?
I've been trying to get to this all night. Come on. Don't hurry me. Plus Delta. Plus and Delta from board members.
Okay. Plus, I think we covered a lot of information. Deltas, it took us almost till tomorrow to do it, but I think we did a really good job. And thank you to all the staff members that kind of hung in there with us. So thank you, Jared, Mr. Carlson, Leandro, and is it Rose? No, Becky. Thank you for hanging in there with us. So appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to you who didn't have to.
Yes, thank you for staying till the very last couple of minutes. And it was a good meeting, like you said. We got a lot accomplished, and there was a lot of positive and a lot of good reporting. Thank you.
Anything else?
Just
Okay.
my apologies to the board for being late. Had a family issue I had to attend to, so. But I do appreciate the information that was presented. So it was a very good discussion. Thank you.
a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second? I have a,
Ye- Yes.
moved and second whether we adjourn. This meeting is
Yes.
adjourned.
No.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, roll call, yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George? Ms. Asmus? Yes. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. This
Thank
meeting is
you.
adjourned.
Good
Thank
For
you.
those of you
night.
brave
Safe.
enough to stay, thank you.
Yes. Everybody.
Board members, don't forget to sign the document